Good morning, everyone. If people could find their seats, we are just about ready to get started. Thank you all very much for being here this morning. My name is Tim Dillon. I'm the Executive Director for the Kenai Peninsula Economic Development District. This is our first ever Native Economic Forum, and I welcome you. I appreciate you being here, and I look forward not only to today, but also into the future of different ideas and things that you may come up with that we need to try and tweak, or other things that we can do when having this kind of an event. Just so that you know, this is also going out on our YouTube channel. Our YouTube channel can be found off of kped.org. And then, so people can go ahead, and if they're back at the office or whatever, they can be watching. And I know we have a couple of dozen people that weren't going to be able to be here all day long. So they were going to be in and out on the YouTube channel. Then what we will be doing is one of the things that we've been working on with several of our partners with the state and the federal government is we've been taking our videos, this kind of a live stream, and cutting them into almost like TED Talks, 10 to 15 minute presentations that are all housed on our website. So if there's one of the topics that you want to go back and revisit, normally it takes us between 2 and 4 weeks to get them cut and back on our website. So if you find something that you want to go back and listen to or whatever, just get a hold of me if you need it quickly, but it should be up in around 2 to 4 weeks. Before we get started this morning, I would like to introduce Marnie Alcott. She's actually the CEO of the Challenger Center, to be able to give us a safety minute. I'm sure no one's going to need to know this, but I want you to know it anyway. So Marnie, come on up.
Thanks, Tim. So we're just going to go through a little bit of housekeeping this morning so everybody knows where the restrooms are. The women's restroom over on this side over here, and the men's are on the mirror opposite side over here. We do not have any drills planned for the day, so if you hear an alarm, please treat it as the real thing. Find your way to the nearest exit. They're out each of these doors, and you can find your way out to this exit or this exit back here. The muster point is on the far end of the parking lot along the tree line, and that's where emergency services will know where to find us, and make for sure that everybody is accounted for. As far as a safety minute today, I would just like to point out that there's a lot of animal activity on our roadways. I know just the other day I happened to drive by a caribou that had just been hit by a motor vehicle right out here, and so it seems to be a lot of them running around, and a lot of our little moose that are running around. So if everybody just slows down a little bit and makes for sure that we're watching for all of those moose and caribou as they're crossing the roads.
Thank you, Marnie. I can tell you, as someone who has lived on the peninsula a long time, I enjoy coming over here and taking pictures of the caribou. For some reason, they love the green outside of this area. So please, again, be careful. I also wanted to introduce, a lot of you already know, Cassidy Cameron. Cassidy, would you stand? Cassidy is our special projects manager. A lot of you know Caitlin, which is my right hand. Cassidy is my left hand. Cassidy and I have worked together for almost 15 years now. She was actually the finance director over in Soldovia, and then was the city manager, and then I went and poached her a year and a half ago or 2 years ago. So if you need something and I'm not around or whatever, just grab Cassidy and she'll be able to help you. So thank you, Cass, for everything you're doing with this. To start off our day, we'd like to do a community welcome and land acknowledgement. As most of you all know, KPEDD is not part of government. We are a separate organization that we have a 30-acre facility around 3 or 4 miles down the road from here, where we have 9 businesses that we're currently incubating. My board of directors is made up of individuals from all over the Kenai Peninsula. Last week, our board of directors voted our new officers in. And for the first time, KPEDD has someone from the Native community as our board president. I would like to welcome Rusty Swann, our board president, to give a welcome and a land acknowledgement. Rusty?
Yeah, how they do? That's about all I know. I'm sorry. Anyway, my name is Rusty Swann. I am a tribal member of the Kenai Indian tribe and a Denaina member. My mother is Claire Swann. My father is Van Swann, and I would like to welcome everyone to our land. Nice to see all you folks who have traveled so far and so near. That's okay. It's good to have you. This is going to be a great forum this afternoon. I hope everyone takes advantage of all the new folks. Isn't it nice? Nobody's Zooming. Oh, I'm sorry, you folks, wherever you are. Nothing personal. I'm glad you're watching. I wish you were here. But it's so much nicer to do this in person, and you miss so much, not only what we've gone through in the last couple of years, but also the being able to talk face to face, shake hands with someone, and you get to do that. It's so much nicer. So with that said, I'll be around all afternoon. So if you have any questions, by all means, look me up. Chickanuck, I know that one too. Thank you.
Thank you, Rusty. When we were putting together our agenda, I listened to a lot of folks here on the Kenai Peninsula for different topics that folks had not only interest in, but concerns in. And not just this is a problem, but what can we do to help with the problem? Our first speaker is Marnie Alcott, the CEO of the Challenger Center. They are working with the folks over in Salamantoff on food security, and she is going to be making a presentation on food security for us. Marnie?
And you get me back again so soon. There we go. We got it. And I'm going to just about our projectors are flickering a little bit here. I apologize for that. Hopefully it's not going to be too distracting for everyone. We are working on a larger fix for our technology. It is about, I believe, 15 years old. So we're working on a fix for that. And as some of my board members might say, if you want to help out with that, let me know. So, food security. I actually want to thank Tim and the KPEDD team for putting together this forum and actually inviting me to talk about this today on behalf of the Challenger Learning Center of Alaska. So part of an international network, the Challenger Learning Center opened its doors in 2000, and for 22 years, Challenger Center has been inspiring what we feel is Alaska's greatest natural resource, our students. Many of you may be familiar with our simulated space missions, taken a thermal engineering, rocketry, or robotics course, attended one of our summer academies or a birthday party, possibly attended a public forum like you guys are today here, or visited us even to cast your vote on election day. Maybe you've even participated in some of our safety and survival programs, our cold water survival Hewitt programs. I see Rachel over there. We work a lot with the migrant students and teaching them cold water safety and vessel safety courses. So for whatever reason that you might be familiar with the Challenger Learning Center, have walked through our doors, we're very happy to welcome you here today. And today I'm going to focus on a topic that, while not a new topic, certainly has taken on a new degree of uncertainty for many of us. We've all recently seen the effects of disruptions in our supply chains can have, and arguably, most importantly, the effect that it can have on our food security. A survey conducted, see if I'm going the right way with this. A survey conducted in 2001 by Tower Gardens This was a national survey. It wasn't Alaska specific, but they did this survey because they were seeing a huge uptick in sales and interest in home gardening systems because of the pandemic. And what they found was that 6 in 10 had become the pandemic inspired them to actually go into maybe getting their shovels out and doing some home gardening. And 37% of them felt that everyone should actually become a little bit more interested and growing their own foods and not relying so much on outside sources. They found a money savings in it as well as 45.25%. And then also they are finding, and consumers themselves and individuals like you and I are finding that it actually has a mental benefit and an overall health benefit as well. So as we move into, I don't know if I'm pointing this at the right thing, and you should know, or there we go. As we move into Alaska specific, many of you may know these statistics, but Alaska imports 95% of its food supply, translating into only 5% of the food that we consume here in Alaska is grown or produced here. So we're pretty reliant on outside sources. What that also translates to is that we only have about a 3 to 5 day supply of most foods on our grocery store shelves. I think we can all testify that that's not a very long time. We've all witnessed it, not just maybe during disruptions in our supply chains because of the recent events over the last couple of years, but also I think we've all walked in like maybe after dipnet season in July, and Fred Meyer's like shelves are empties and things like that. So 3 to 5 days isn't a whole lot. And even if we are producing more food here in Alaska, like say in the valley or down here on the Kenai Peninsula, Alaska still faces a lot of logistical challenges. Many of our rural communities are offside the road system. So how are we going to get supplies, even if we're increasing growth here at larger farms or distribution operations or manufacturing operations? We do have to think about our smaller communities as well, and possibly what they can be doing in their own communities to be a little bit more food secure. If we're talking about the Kenai Peninsula, we're actually looking a lot better than the rest of the state. The increase in farm numbers on the peninsula is more rapid than anywhere in the US or in Alaska. So for example, in the last 5 years, farms have decreased 3% in the lower 48. They've grew by 30% across the state of Alaska, but they've actually grew by 60% here on the Kenai Peninsula, which is pretty drastic change. And when they're looking at these statistics, when they refer to farms, they're not referring to home growers. They're not referring to people like you and I who have our own gardens or containers or greenhouses that are growing for our own uses. They're talking about farms that are actually for outside sales, or actually selling some of their product. And why do we want to grow our own food or buy locally produced food? So you can grow exactly what it is that you want. It's fresher and more nutritious. It eliminates pesticides. For most of us, aren't going to throw a bunch of pesticides on our home gardens, right? It reduces food waste. And you can nurture the environment and manage the resources that you have. And even with a very limited amount of space, you can grow your own food and enjoy a thriving vegetable garden. There's our flickering happening. Colette's gritting her teeth right now, wherever she's at. And also supporting local food growers and producers helps improve food security, and it actually creates jobs. So each time one of these new farms expands or grows, I don't know if any of you guys have seen some of the local ranchers, farmers in the area that are posting all over the place, need help, need help, need help. They're hiring all over the place. They cannot keep up with what they're trying to grow to meet the local needs that we have here. So it's not only healthier for us, and I mean, everybody knows when you pick your vegetables and you eat them at the peak of freshness versus when you're eating a vegetable out of the market or the grocery that has been on a ship or on a truck that's been barged in or trucked in, that's been picked weeks and weeks ago. And so when you're able to eat it fresh off the vine or fresh out of your garden or fresh from the farmer's market, your nutritional value is much, much greater. And it's not just about the growing and the farming. I don't know if any of you guys go to the Saturday market, the Wednesday market, the Homer market, the market at the food bank, but you can not just find, you're not just going to find fresh fruits and vegetables. You're going to find eggs. There's a dairy now up in the valley. Anybody has been able to go to Cadre or to Lucy's and buy that fresh milk that's coming in there. It's pretty spectacular. Cream on the top. Meat is available. There's foraging and subsistence. Foraging again. Salts, condiments, produced foods. So it's not just things that you're buying raw at the market. It is things that you're finding that you have local producers that are making a finished product versus then shipping it up from the outside. I know many of you guys have heard of the salt companies that's down in Homer, and there's a couple of other really amazing food manufacturers that are coming out of Alaska using Alaskan products. And look, when you're shopping for those things, you're looking for those made in Alaska and the Alaskan grown logos that are on those. Also, I hope many of you guys are familiar with the Kenai Local Food Connection. It's a pamphlet that you can get. We have some out front that lists a lot of the local farmers and growers in the area that you can buy direct from, and a lot of the markets that you can go to find their products there as well. So a lot of people ask, what's the Challenger Learning Center doing getting into the food security business? Well, NASA's been involved in the food security business for a very, very long time. In fact, it's something that we've actually done in our simulated space missions ever since we started here 22 years ago. It's something that's been built in. So NASA has a team of satellites that really watches a lot of what goes on here on Earth. And as far as on land, they're actually monitoring soil moisture, flooding and drought, groundwater, and crop health. Those details can help scientists and farmers learn about the soil and weather conditions. For example, in a drought, a farmer can plant crops that don't need much water, or they could plan their planting for a wetter time of year, and it really does help farmers produce more food with less water. So there's a lot of science, clearly, that goes into farming, and NASA has always had a big interest in this. And as far as on the sea, when it comes to monitoring our oceans, it monitors the ocean temperatures, the ocean currents, winds and severe storms, and the melting sea ice. So a lot of that information that we get comes from NASA satellites. And they're not just interested on helping us here on Earth, seeing if we can't manage our land and sea environments, but they also work on it as far as making for sure that those astronauts that are going into space, into longer space travel, have nutritious food rather than just freeze-dried element that does degrade over time. So food, even the freeze-dried food, the nutrients in there does degrade over time. So being able to have a fresh crop of fruits and vegetables for them, of which they are doing on the International Space Station, and which we have actually done as part of our simulated space missions for over 22 years as far as that crop selection. And I've got a little video here, Colette, make for sure that I can play this correctly, that actually gives an overview of some of that. NASA does study a lot on the Arctic because it's it gives them a very good idea into space as well. So while we are not funded by NASA, a lot of people think that we are a partner with NASA, and NASA did actually give us a grant for this food security project that we are working on. So in combination with NASA and the Alaska Space Grant and NISNet, those three partners together, they are actually giving us the grant funds to be able to do what we're working on currently. And what we have developed are 3 community-based workshops in the process of developing, I should say. Our first one is going to be based on crop selection, environment, soils, and growing methods. So whether you have an environment where you have the flexibility to have a large greenhouse, whether you have beds, or maybe it's just a deck that you have that you want to put container gardens on, we're going to go over those kinds of things. I'll show you guys the agenda on that here in just a moment, and that's coming up on May 7th. Our second series in the workshop, and we're working with Salamantoff on this particular project, is wild harvest and foraging. So it's not just about what it is that you can grow here in Alaska and what our environment will allow you to grow here, but it's also about what's available in the natural environment and in our oceans and on land. The third series in the workshop is preservation methods. So once you've grown the crops that you have chosen to grow in the environment that supports them, or you've harvested out in the wild or taken from the sea, as far as what you're going to use over the winter, we want to be able to give you the tools necessary to preserve that for winter use. So that'll be the third series in the workshop. After these community-based workshops have developed, we'll be moving them into our smaller modules that fit within our Challenger model here for students. So not only will we be doing, say, a summer camp, a week-long camp that'll cover all of these topics for students, they'll also be offered out in our 2.5-hour module of what we do when our kids come in the building. So our agenda for the I'm going to stand back here just a minute so I can actually read it off of here with you guys. For the outline for session 1 that's happening on May 7th, you can pre-register with us. We have a registration link online at our website at akchallenger.org. We'll also be happy to, if you just want to tell us, hey, I'd like to come to that, we're happy to take your registration today for that as well. So we're working with a lot of local experts that we've gathered from out the community, and we're going to be giving a history on seeds, and then we're also going to be talking about different growing methods, hydro, container beds, and greenhouse. That'll be a panel of speakers. And then we're also going to talk about crop selection, space, light, and nutrition. Nutrition, not just what the plants that you're choosing to grow, given the space that you have available to you, what they may need, but also being able to make an informed choice on lettuce or greens. What is going to be more nutritious for me? So going to be similar growing environments, but if I only have a limited space, and if I want to carry some over and be able to have some over the winter, what's going to be more nutritious for me? So making for sure that we think about those kinds of things. Then we're going to have a planning for pests, what to do about that. And then over lunch, we have a NASA speaker that's going to be broadcasting in, that's actually going to be talking a little bit more about the NASA research that they do on food security as well. And then we're going to go into our soil preparation panel. We're going to have all things worm related with Laura. She'll be doing a hands-on demonstration as far as building a worm bed or colony. Some lucky person's going to get to take that home with them. And we have a gentleman from the UAF Extension Service talking about soils. And then we also have Fritz here. Many of you guys may know his composting operation over off of K Beach over there. He will be here talking about home composting and his larger composting operation. And then Laura is going to be, I don't know if you guys have known Laura Hagelin. She's actually started the Soldotna Seed Library over at the Soldotna Library. If you haven't had an opportunity to check it out, I really would do so. It's an opportunity for people to go and get free seeds that have actually been harvested here. So there, and she's going to be going on, or she's going to be doing a live demonstration on seed saving, on how you can save your seeds year after year after year. So where you're not reliant on a supply chain in order to get new seeds here. They're proven to grow here, and they're something that you can just continue to use year after year. 3 to 4:30, we have a representative from the Garden Club who is actually going to be doing a grow bucket demonstration. And those those who would like to participate in that. The workshop is free. This portion is $20 to cover the cost of supplies, and you'll be able to build a grow bucket, a self-watering grow bucket, and Laura is supplying tomato starts to go in that grow bucket that you'll be able to take home with you at the end of the day. So with that, that's the workshops that we have planned coming up this fall, this one May 7th. And then the others are to be determined date. We're going to be looking at the weather and the conditions and the ideal harvesting times for some of the wild harvest items that we want to be able to get. And also, I know Salamantoff is really excited about sharing some of their knowledge on their harvesting of our fish as well. So with that, any questions? Yes. The kids workshops. This is actually this is open to the community. So kids are welcome to come. I know we already have several families that are signed up to be able to come. As far as the children's workshops that we'll be putting together, they're going to be released at a later. So we're going to take some of this information and some of the hands. And then we'll be putting together, and it won't be just a one time for that. It'll be one that will be on a regular rotation of offerings that we have for our educational modules here. And teachers or groups can say, hey, I want to bring a group of kids in and we want to do this. Yep, for homeschool or school groups or even community groups. It actually won't be on our calendar. It'll be listed on our offerings, and then you have the flexibility to call us and say, I'd like to do this food security workshop on, say, September 2nd at 3 p.m. and we're happy to be able to set that up for you. Yes, sir. I will actually, give me a moment and I'll get an exact number for you, because I don't want to tell you something that isn't true, because farms, I believe, are identified by that. I believe they identify farms as they sell at least like $1,000 of their product or a certain percentage of their product a year. So before I give you misinformation at a break, I will make for sure that I have that exact answer for you. Yes, we're trying to, and I know KPEDD is doing some work on that too, as far as the marine base on that. Right, there's still, I think, some hoops to jump through on that. Tim could probably speak a little bit better to that, but 100%, the marine, the culture of that is something that definitely is being explored in many different ways.
Yep, mariculture is all part of this project that we're working on right now. But I want Marnie to mention something else when it comes to when people start thinking about what we're growing in the sea and eating it and what other value-added processes we can go through. She actually mentioned something to me in passing 2 days ago that I found very, very interesting that we're going to explore and see if there's an opportunity here on the peninsula.
Okay. So I'm glad you actually brought that up, because my dad is just, we've been recently a pretty significant medical situation with my dad, but through this, because he's now staying with me and I have nursing coming in and they do wound care for his incision, of which I'm glad they're coming in, because it's not I'm not a nurse. And but one of the things, we actually went into the surgeon and he goes, oh, they're using the good packing. And I was like, the good packing, because, packing of the wounds. It's a seaweed-based product that's actually it can biodegrade, and seaweed-based product that they use for wound packing that actually absorbs 20 times more, or 20 times its weight, and is much better than anything that they had been using. And I was like, you've got to be kidding me. That is fantastic. So, and we teach safety and survival courses as well. And so I've got to find out exactly what that seaweed is, because in our safety and survival classes, I can be like, hey, if you find this particular seaweed, dry it out, and it's part of your first aid kit and your wound care. So thank you for that.
Yes, Tim.
It does. I believe when they do farms, it's anything for commerce. So it's not just
for like vegetables or fruit, but it does, it is solid in general.
And one of the things that we're doing at KPEDD is trying to help not only those farmers, but that next level of folks of what do we do with some of this product once it's done? And, you know, there's just so many of potatoes or onions or whatever that you can eat. You know, is there a way to save some of them? What can we do with them? Along the same lines with the peonies. So we actually are working with a scientist that has come up with a system to take all the water out of a product, but not change the chemical compounds and the nutritional value. And that's really, really huge. So if you took a fish carcass and you put it through this process, 4 pounds wet turns to 1 pound flake. So all of a sudden, you can go ahead and store that. And all you have to do is reconstitute it with water. And on top of that, it's some of the most nutritional part of the fish, as we all know, you know, the collagen in the bones and things. So we're working with them right now, trying to develop some of those other pieces. We were actually down, I'm sure most of you probably have heard of Emma and Claire, the Salmon sisters. We've been down there at least once a week or every other week talking with them here recently about some of the boutique type things that they can help us with on the mariculture front. And we actually had a meeting with them and the peonies folks. So the peonies flower, the number 1 stems, they can be sold all over the world. The number 2 stems, people are struggling with, what are we going to do with these things? There's not a market. So with some tweaking of this machine, they have been able to use this machine to pull out the moisture. And our concept is to take those number 2 stems and turn it into a potpourri. We've even gone to some of the cruise ship industry folks already and said, listen, we're developing a product that it's, you know, it's got a great lifespan. It's a potpourri. It's made out of Alaskan peonies. Put this in each and every one of the rooms, then we can get it packaged and it can be sold in their store on the ships. Take home another piece of Alaska, bringing it something else. So we're in the middle of doing that. So, and that just came from a couple of people's ideas of let's do this, let's do that. So if you have an idea, come to us and we'll work with it. We actually, when it comes to the seeds, we are part of a grant application right now for a basically a seed library for the Kenai Peninsula. It's just, we just sent in all the paperwork here 2 weeks ago, I think it was 3 weeks ago, but it's with the conservation folks. So we've got a lot of those kinds of things going on. So great questions that we had. Thank you so much, Marnie. We appreciate it. Our next speaker is no stranger to the Kenai Peninsula. A lot of us know her because of our other economic forum and all the different roles she's played with the state. So I'm not going to introduce her anymore. Most of you folks probably know her, Alyssa Rodriguez.
Thank you, Tim. I have had 28 ounces of coffee this morning. Get ready. Thank you for having me. I'm really excited to be here. I notice a few of you from the other economic forum that KPEDD hosts. If you were there, things may look familiar, and I would just like to say that repetition is key in remembering things. So, thank you. Yes. Also, manufacturing has been mentioned, I think I counted at least like 15 times already this morning. So I'm really excited about how much we are already, maybe if we're not thinking about these things as manufacturing, we're already talking about it. I mean, Rusty, as soon as you got up, you were talking about, us not having to wear masks anymore, that all the PPE that we made during the pandemic, like that was all manufacturing that we didn't do before, that we pivoted and we came online and did. So I'll talk about it more as we go. Ghostbusters? Are we feeling like Ghostbusters this morning? Not quite? Okay, we'll get there. We'll get there. I'll bring you. Yeah, I was like, I've had the 28 ounces. I'll bring you there. Okay. So the reason for, if you weren't at the previous presentation, the reason for Ghostbusters is who you're going to call. If you're thinking about manufacturing, if it's kelp, if it's all the new food products that we're growing and how we're going to turn them into a manufactured food product, you call the Alaska MEP. You call KPEDD. We work together. Who are you going to call? The Alaska MEP. Let's try it for the first time. Who are you going to call? It'll get better. That was not great. I'm not going to lie to you. It was not great. Okay. So when we had the pandemic, there was an obvious dip in manufacturing. Everything fell. So it's not to be unexpected that manufacturing would have fallen as well. It did pretty quickly kind of turn a little bit upward. Now, these are average annual numbers. So we continue to see that dip. 2022 will come out, in a little, wait. I forgot what year it was for a minute. All that coffee got me going too fast. So 2022 will be a ways out, but we are going to see an uptick. The numbers that have been coming out, when we look at year over year changes, they have been up. Now, we are coming from a pretty deep hole. So even if we're coming up, we're not going back to where we were before the pandemic. And manufacturing hasn't been doing much. If we look outside of seafood processing, it really hasn't done much. But one of the big reasons, I think, why, in my humble little opinion, is that when we look at other states that have really robust manufacturing sectors, they've also had a manufacturing entity that was there to help them for like 20 or 30 years. You have businesses that have started, they've grown, they've become these big manufacturing facilities, and they have had at every step of the way someone there to help them. So if they were figuring out how to navigate the food safety, process, if they were trying to figure out how should I get a piece of machinery, what kind of machinery should I use? How can I become more effective at my manufacturing and reduce my waste? Check out the bottles in front of you. That tiny little cap. Do you remember when it used to be a big cap? That's a reduction in waste. And we're like, oh, how great. It's wonderful for the environment. It also saved a ton of money. So those kinds of things are what Alaska MEP is here for. And other MEPs. So we did a survey of manufacturers right at the beginning of the pandemic, which we only started in 2019. So we kind of started at the beginning of pandemic too, a million years ago now. Manufacturers wanted to grow. We were really surprised. We were deep in the beginning of the pandemic when we were all still wearing cloth masks, trying to figure out what was happening. And all of our manufacturers, the vast majority of them, wanted to grow. They had opportunities to grow, and it was really just a matter of trying to figure out how to take advantage of them. So that's the other thing. When we think about manufacturing in Alaska and the fact that our line has been pretty flat when we look at jobs, it's not for lack of opportunity. There are a lot of other challenges surrounding manufacturing, but it's not because we don't want to purchase the products. People outside of Alaska don't want to purchase the products. It is because of other challenges. The opportunities for growth are there. So now I will tell you what we do. I've got a few of these little success stories, quotes. I won't read them to you. I'll let you do that. But what we do is we provide one-on-one support for manufacturing. And that could really be anything that a manufacturer needs. I have some very specific examples here that I'll mention. But anything a manufacturer needs, they can come to us and we'll coach them through it. We'll bring in outside consultants if we need to, those sorts of things. We also do group support. It's great because it's cheaper. We have webinars that are only $5 a piece. We've got group cohorts where it's a do-it-with-you model. So we don't just teach you something, you go away and you give it a whirl on your own. We walk you through it. So whether it's e-commerce or figuring out your supply chain, how you're going to make it more resilient, how you're going to reduce costs potentially, whether or not you should stock up on everything or should you do just in time, we can help you through that, through these cohort classes or the master classes. We have a week-long sprint coming up that's all about sales. Why would a manufacturing entity have a sprint that is all about sales? It's a real question. What do they do? What do manufacturers do with their products? Thank you. Everyone, 28 ounces of coffee, you need more. It's in the back. They sell their products just like every other business. They have to sell it. They're often not great at it, I'm not gonna lie. They got into business because they loved fat tire bikes. They love bagels. They love coffee. Not because they love selling like supply chains are their jam. They don't have a passion for lean manufacturing, most of them. They like beer. So that's why we're here, to take your passion and help you do it better. So we also do industry support. We raise awareness of manufacturing as a whole and try to make sure that people in Alaska who matter to our economy know that manufacturing matters to our economy. When we look at economic diversification, when we try to build a more resilient economy, manufacturing is there. And we shouldn't just pay attention to seafood processing. All of our manufacturing matters. And that's something that we really try to point out to people. Any questions about, I can go into more detail about the one-on-one support, but you guys haven't had enough coffee from me yet. So, all right, I'll move on. So we've worked with, I want to say it's around 49 clients so far at last count since we started in 2019. So I've got some of these little stories here with the folks that we've worked with. I'll let you read it while I take a sip of water and give you a break from my caffeination. So lowering energy costs, becoming more sustainable. Like, these are things that all of our businesses want to do. And this is how we help manufacturers. The cost of energy is high. How are we going to help them take advantage of the opportunities they have to grow? By lowering their costs, by helping them do more with less. We've talked about the supply chain, not even just me. Marty talked about the supply chain as well. Like, we didn't used to think about it as people. And then toilet paper all of a sudden became scarce. And then we started talking about supply chains. This is the real crisis. Do you guys remember ecto coolers? They were delicious. They're terrible. They're horrible for you, I'm sure. You can't get that green color in like a healthy way unless you are straight eating, probably kelp, like, straight. It's terrible, but it was delicious. Okay. Other things that we do, because I really want to help people understand. When we say we're the MEP, we help manufacturing, you need some more specifics in order to say, like, yeah, I'm going to go to you, or I'm going to send somebody your way. So we help you get your product into Costco. That is a huge endeavor. It needs to be safe. It needs to be tested, and you need to be able to make a lot of it. And so we help you walk through that process. Food safety. Again, if it's going to go in Costco, if it's going to go to Walmart, if it's just going to go on a shelf and sit there for a while for somebody to buy it, it's got to be safe. So juice manufacturing, for example, in Alaska, we don't have anyone who can help you come up with a safe hazard mitigation plan for a juice product. So we don't have a single manufacturer who puts juice on a shelf in Alaska. We have a lot of juice places, but they're considered restaurants because their product can't sit on a shelf and then you come back and buy it later. So that's something we can help with. Valve product development. We've talked a lot about food manufacturing. Food manufacturing is wonderful. Beverage manufacturing is great. But we also do industrial manufacturing, helping people to manufacture valves, prototype them, send them into space. Lean growth and planning. Again, your passion is not necessarily how can I be the most effective and efficient manufacturer? But it's important to stop yourself and your employees from traveling, an extra 30 feet every time you take a particular process. That's going to save you money over time. We worked with a manufacturer, saved them $10,000 a year, and added a whole extra rotation to their process. And it didn't cost, well, I shouldn't say it didn't. They saved $10,000. They made more product and saved money by doing lean manufacturing, which they hadn't done yet. Automation, HR issues. Who's got them? Have you had an easy time hiring people recently? Again, I'm seeing a few heads nodding or shaking. Okay. No. Thank you. Oh my gosh, just so quiet. This is an issue for everyone, but one of the things that we can help with when it comes to our manufacturers is doing a little bit of automation. Most of the manufacturers we work with are really small. And so we can't think about like giant robot arms coming in and taking over the factory. It's a matter of automating a simple step, bringing in an automatic switch that is going to trigger when something else happens. Automating your paperwork, simple things that help you do a little bit more when you can't find someone to hire. E-commerce, we do a lot with e-commerce, especially when the pandemic first hit. We needed to be able to get people online. And a lot of our manufacturers don't think of it, especially if they make products that are custom. But that's not a reason to not be online. Everyone goes online. We all Google things before we buy them. So it needs to be online. Even if it is a custom product, you can go online, create a custom quote generator, and get your industrial products online in front of people where they're gonna find it. We often think that because we're in Alaska, we can't compete with the lower 48. They're expensive as well. Everybody's having a hard time right now, but if you can't be found, then nobody's gonna buy from you. Cybersecurity, I think I'm running out of time, I'm gonna skip it. Don't write your passwords and stick them to your computer screen. Just don't do it. So this is a little bit about what we've done since we've been in existence. Again, 49 manufacturers, 52 projects with them, and you can get a little bit here about how much money we saved them, how much they invested in their business, and that sort of thing. Okay, I saw at least 2 people yawn just now. Again, coffee. Am I the only one who drinks coffee here? Okay, client successes, dog treats. It really doesn't matter the kind of product. If you take a thing and you turn it into another thing, you're a manufacturer and we can help you. Name a manufacturer in your community. Alaskans, excellent. Give me another one. Okay, that works, that works. Another one. Kombucha, okay. Give me a non-edible one. Thank you. One more. Excellent. Okay. I just want us to be thinking about who are our manufacturers, especially as we're trying to figure out how we're going to diversify and make our economies more resilient. We need to be thinking about who is a manufacturer. So we can't do it alone. We're a very small entity. We have 2 people full-time, myself included, and an intern who we get full-time during the summer. So we have to work with a lot of different entities. So here's a little example of who we work with, and then what we do with them. They help us with our outreach. Again, we're only 2 people. So this is how we make sure people know that we exist. This is how we make sure that if a manufacturer out somewhere in Alaska needs some help and they happen to mention it, someone else can say, oh, have you heard of the Alaska MEP? Because I heard that if you need help, you're gonna call the Alaska MEP. So this is what we do with our partners. Also, can you read that in the way back? All right. Can other people read it in the way back? I got one head. Okay. All right. Good. Won't read it to you then. All right. That's all I got. Any questions? Yes. Yeah, I can. Yeah. Other way around. Where we get federal funds. So what we do with our partners many times is we use their time as match. Yeah. Yep. Other questions? Yeah. They're very kind of one-off at the moment, and there hasn't been a lot of coordination between those kind of nodes. So there are a few shared commercial kitchen spaces and that sort of thing, but that's another one of those big challenges that people face is the lack of cool and cold storage, lack of commercial kitchen space and those sorts of things. So that piece of coordination is part of that industry support that we need to work on. Yeah. Yeah. That's a good one. I think metal fabrication is still one that's kind of chugging along, and it kind of comes and goes primarily with oil and gas, but it is at least at the moment on the rise. Yeah. Yeah. I'd have to go and check the data to see if we have anyone. I mean, we have folks who grow hay, but they're actually, I think, not technically considered manufacturers because they grow it and they just kind of sell it like that. Not that I'm aware of. Yeah, not that I'm aware of. It's a great opportunity. I'm just not aware of it yet. Yeah. Wow, that's a really great multiple of questions kind of all rolled into one. And I want to say the short answer is yes. The longer answer is we need to have more coordination and we need investment. The state, for example, invests in lots of economic development in other areas, but really hasn't invested in manufacturing. And it's not just giving out grants, but it's working on those bigger problems that not only affect manufacturers, but affect all of our businesses, like supply chains, like coordination, like making sure that if you sell a great product in Fairbanks, it can get to the Kenai effectively and reliably. And when it comes to workforce development, I mean, at this point, everyone's struggling with workforce development. Everyone's struggling to find those people. The easy answer is if you pay them enough, they'll come. The shorter answer is we've got ways around, to an extent, just hiring more people. And it's trying to train the people that we've got and train them to be able to use technologies in some cases that help reduce the number of people that you need and tightening up your systems so that you hopefully don't need as many people. But at the end of the day, it really does limit your growth and it has to be addressed. Thank you. Thanks for putting up with my caffeinated self. Appreciate it.
Thank you. A couple of things just so that we fill in the blanks on a couple of things. Some of you back in the back when we first started with COVID, we put out a call and it was tied back to Alyssa's operation. We were looking for anybody that had 3D printers that could help us with ventilator parts, anybody that could help us with masks, things that we could be making here instead of having to, ship in. So that's hopefully you're able to connect the circle now that's where that stuff came from. Now, one thing for you all to know is next fall, we're actually working already with Alyssa and her staff and with the chambers. We're going to actually do a road show in the fall where we're going to bring Alyssa and several other folks into each of the different communities to talk about manufacturing. And we actually had a meeting with the chamber directors and Alyssa and my staff probably a month ago. So pay attention to that. You'll hear about it in the fall. We're going to let everybody go fish and do everything that we want to do during the summer months, but that'll be something in the fall that to look forward to. But thank you, Alyssa. We appreciate all your help. It wouldn't be a forum without us having to juggle things. Commissioner Sandy got a hold of me yesterday. She was called to Juneau. As you all probably know, the commissioner's position is one that has to be confirmed by the legislature. So she had to go to Juneau to meet with a variety of people to hopefully be confirmed as the new commissioner. So instead of her coming to speak now, we're actually going to put her on Zoom here in a little bit when she gets out of being interrogated or interviewed, excuse me, by folks down in Juneau. So our next presentation, when the federal government tried to start helping with all the different things that happened with COVID, one of the programs that had come out was called the Navigator Program. And we're very fortunate that April Ferguson from the Alaska Federation of Natives is here today to talk to us all about the Navigator Program, and not only the overview of the program, but one of her responsibilities is actually the Kenai Peninsula. So we were real excited to get a chance to visit here a couple of weeks ago up in Anchorage. So let's give April a nice warm welcome.
Thank you so much for inviting me. I'm really honored to be here. My name is April Ferguson. I am a member of the Chiriung tribe from Dillingham. I was born and raised in Seward, and I grew up in Fairbanks. I've worked in Nome. So I've had the opportunity I've got all my in-laws down in, I went blank there, over in Cordova. And so I've had the opportunity to travel around the state quite a bit. So when the CARES Act came out and the American Rescue Act, Julie Kika, who's the president of AFN, really is a visionary, and she anticipated, knowing with her familiarity of rural Alaska and Alaska Native communities, is that a lot of people were not going to be able to take advantage of these programs. And in partnership with the state, and I'm going to, throughout this presentation, I'm going to be stressing partnerships because it's so important to be successful. And the state realized we have all of this money coming into the state for tribes, but we're going to lose it all if we don't figure out a way to let different communities throughout all of Alaska know what's happening, how to access the portals, how to submit grants, and frankly, a majority, as many of you know, if you're from Chiniga to Titlik, Nonwalek, a lot of the little communities, you know that broadband in Alaska is worthless in a lot of places. And unfortunately, you can't submit your grant applications. We actually were told for some of the broadband applications, Ashley, up in the Northwest, the Department of Commerce folks that we were working with said, well, if they can't submit their applications online, they can't submit them at all. Well, that really that's not the kind of answer we want to hear. So Julie put together this program, and we're not a large team, but we have some advantages with our staff. We have navigator in Washington, D.C. that you may be familiar with. She is amazing. This is Lisa Sutherland, who was chair of the Appropriations Committee for Senator Stevens. She's working very closely with us. And Lisa has a very close connection with Senator Murkowski, Senator Sullivan, and our former Don Young staff. So, and knows how to navigate the agency process. So if we have an issue with the Department of the Treasury or the Commerce, then Lisa is on the ground calling them up and saying, let's have a talk, and can fix things. We in having these conversations, going directly to the agency heads, and Julie has sat down with Janice Yellen before. We have a great collegial relationship with the Treasury. Their staff have been outstanding. So if there are portal problems, we can call, and the Treasury staff has actually manned their phones for 24 hours and walked people through from some of our different villages how to access information on the portal. God, I don't want to not know how to do this. Oh, okay, great. As I said, this began as a public-private partnership with the state, and that portion of it, the funding ended in December. So Chugach Corporation stepped up to fund this program through this coming September. And we hope that we'll again be able to work with the state, because the amount of dollars that the state loses that goes back into the agency pockets or gets redistributed in the lower 48 is tremendous if we don't figure out a way to capture these dollars and help communities access these programs. So what we do then is try to figure out ways. One, we have incredible contact lists. Each one of the navigators in our program, it was chosen for specific regions because of their familiarity with that region. So for instance, I was an executive vice president and chief general counsel for Bristol Bay Native Corporation for 22 years, which means that I really have a familiarity with the tribes in the Bristol Bay region. I can call them up and I know who's answering the phone and who they're related to. I have the advantage again of being familiar with the tribes in the Chugach region, and My son is a Chugat shareholder. It helps when you're trying to reach people on the phone, because with this amount of money, there are a lot of people calling the tribes, and some of these programs can be very difficult and very confusing. Here's some of what our messages are. Oh, I don't understand. No. Okay, the first thing is, if you'll recall, all of this money started coming in. We're in the middle of a pandemic. People are stressed. The supply chains are dissolving. Okay. Not only are the supply chains dissolving, this was the past 2 years have been terrible for coastal storms. I'm working with people down in the Aleutian chain. So there's a lot of villages, their phone systems have been out for 2 or 3 months, or you get them on the phone, or sometimes then the connection will break, or they'll try to download their emails and the broadband will go out. So it takes a connection, it takes working with people, and we have challenges. I mean, let me just give by way of example, because the city of Unalaska is one of the most lucrative and important ports in all of the Western United States. You cannot use their airport at night because the airport lights are non-functioning. They've had a plane wreck where that plane that went off the runway is still sitting by the side of the runway. They've had, because of the large number of cannery workers that they need to use there, they've had wave after wave of COVID infections down there. They don't have a main hospital there, so those folks who get sick both have to be isolated and then transported to a main hospital. They have a lot of problems and they need help. Their broadband down there is terrible. It is so terrible even right now that the tribe in Unalaska has set up, about 3 weeks ago, a temporary office in Anchorage so that they can apply for programs and grants that are available, because they don't want to miss this once in a lifetime opportunity. And it's going to take a lot of thinking out of the box and communication and working with each other. And I have to give a lot of kudos to several different organizations. SWAMC has been fantastic, and that is the Southwest Alaska Municipal League. They work with tribes, they work with the cities, and they work with villages. For any organization, tribe, city, village, corporation that was kind of in their own little bubble before, now is the one time in your life where you need to reach out and work with your neighbor. And let me tell you why. Now that we've passed this first wave of COVID and the American Rescue Act, we're going to have infrastructure monies coming in. The agencies themselves, and I've spoken with a lot of them because we're working with them, have never seen this kind of money before. Most of them have been given statutory deadlines to unload this money. That means it comes in, but if you don't know how much they're going to give you and you don't know the type of programs, they have to draft guidance, procedures, compliance before they can turn it loose. So by the time they open up the grants for your applications, sometimes they're already behind their deadlines, but they have to get rid of the money. If you have to unload money in a hurry, do you really want, and let's talk specifically about tribal programs. There's over 500 tribes in the United States, 239 of which, roughly, are in Alaska. How would you like to be an agency and be deluged with 500 different applications? If you run a business or make loans, and I've had to work with our businesses where you are making loans, a big loan takes as much time, and maybe not as much time, as some of the little ones. So you want to have partnerships. If you have, and this is in Alaska again, I'll use them by way of example, just signed a trilateral agreement last month between the city, the village corporation, and the tribe. That means let's sit down around the table, get our priorities together, and then we will submit joint applications. That if you're in a competitive grant, that immediately raises you in the rankings because, oh, look, this is a big one. And it makes for the agencies, you're helping them out. They're putting money out. I've talked with the Department of the Interior. They say shovel-ready projects are going out the door first. So first thing you need to know for the villages is you're not alone. There's a lot of other people out there that want to help you, and you just have to reach out to find them. And it's difficult, pandemic, poor broadband, phones don't work, to get that sense of absolute hopelessness. This is another reason why the Navigator program was formed, is reaching out, talking with people on the phone, and what we tell them is you have to know what you want. That's the first thing. Nobody can help anybody unless you know what you want. So there has to be the prioritization of what you want, and we ask people to narrow it down to their top 3. But by way of example, for a very sophisticated list, you can look to your own on your website, the CED, or your Community Economic Development Plan that is published. You have a world-class community strategic plan posted on your Kenai website here that other regions look to. It is very, very well done. If you are a small community, don't feel like you have to produce. That's like the Cadillac version. But the main thing to know is when you're asking for help, whether from a grant writer, from the Navigator program, from the Alaska Municipal League, another stellar organization I'm going to recommend to all of you. These folks will get on the phone, but they're talking to communities all over Alaska. They want to help you, but nobody can help you unless you know specifically what you want. So you have to have a plan, and you have to prepare yourself for those conversations, because sometimes you'll get into a conversation and people think you're attacking me and my ideas. No, I've got 20 different people that I need to talk to. If you know what you want and you tell me, I'm going to ask you questions. And in order to be effective, and I work a lot with Ashley, we have to be able to ask the hard questions. You know, how come you're not working with your neighbor? You and your neighbor have exactly the same problem. Well, and we don't care if you don't like your neighbor. This is, if they're going to be bringing in heavy equipment to work on this problem for you, and you only live 20 miles away from your neighbor and they have the same problem, you know, you have to be able to talk. You have to be able to share resources. So what we do, and what the Alaska Municipal League does. Alaska Municipal League, by the way, does a fantastic job. And I'm going to recommend you to their websites, anybody that is looking for a grant, because they have a dedicated grant writer who knows how to, I will say, surf the web or surf the grant.gov. And will identify opportunities specifically for Alaska. They post these on their website, but they've gone the extra mile. They have categorized them by different topics. So you can go to their website and, oh, here's one on water and sewer. Here's one on climate mitigation if you need a seawall. Here's one on food security or energy. They've got them categorized, and you can go there, and somebody who understands the process has done the heavy lifting for you. Yes, ma'am. I'm going to give you all of those at the end. It'll be on the. That's why I'm wearing a mask, is I'm toxic right now. So in addition to identifying grants and where to go for the grants, the Alaska Municipal League also has grant writers there that will do a half-hour free. This is a partnership between AFN. We're sharing funding so that they have a grant writer there that will do a half-hour free consultation, and that is only effective. I want to reiterate that because grant writers are in short supply right now. So if you want to take advantage of this, again, you need to know what you want. You need to have answers for the questions that they're going to be asking you so you don't waste the time. We also, the Navigator program also has a newsletter. We have a web page. We have an archive of videos so that, and some of the videos are on really great topics that people need to know about. How do you do your reporting for ARPA or the CARES Act, or what is the State Small Business Credit Initiative? We have videos or webinars that have been done, and then they're archived. So our program tries to combine a lot of this, but the grant writing assistance we do in conjunction with Alaska Municipal League, consortia applications. That's what I'm talking about for raising your rankings, being more effective, utilizing your neighbors. This means if you have a project and you're getting letters of support from your city, from your neighbors, you're going to get more attention. A letter from your legislators supporting your project. All of these things are the type of actions you can take that's going to make your application more attractive to the people on the other end who are trying to give money away. So this, well, this block right here is a format you'll see both on the AML website and on the navigators, where each little block will specialize in or indicate a different area of grant that you might be interested in. I'm going to hurry up. I don't know if I'll run out of time here. Okay. The hardest thing is keeping all this information current and relevant to you. So one of the things that we do with, and Chugach has been a great help with us. Most of you may or may not know Ashley. Right there, she's working with the tribes in the Chugach region. She's reached out to folks and asked them to create their priority list, and that's a great help. So our navigator program, myself and possibly Lisa Sutherland and Ashley will sit down together and talk with the village. What are your needs? What have you done? And sometimes people aren't ready to answer that question, because part of this is knowing how to problem solve. And I do not mean this as a criticism. Sometimes you don't know where to go or how to do things to make it happen, but Ashley does. And Lisa knows how to make things happen in DC and how to identify grant opportunities. And here's another thing I will tell you, a huge secret. Don't ever take a no as automatic. You go, oh, we're not eligible. That's not necessarily true. A lot of these programs have to be redesigned for Alaska, and we've dealt with that a lot. The funding formula that they originally came out with some of the Corona and fiscal recovery funds, what made most of our tribes ineligible. That took a visit from Nicole Borromeo, who's the vice president of AFN and their general counsel. They went to DC. They sat down and talked with the Treasury and said, no, that's not going to work for us. And they went to Senator Murkowski. They redesigned the whole program and the funding formula so we were eligible for those grants. What does that mean? That's like securing $229 million for the state of Alaska. So if you find that something doesn't exactly fit you, that's where you need to talk this over with us or with Ashley, and so that we can help you figure out how to problem solve around these issues. And that's where having people who can advocate on your behalf with these agencies, and we have personal relationships, we being the navigators, we being AFN, Julie Kitka, Nicole Borromeo, Ashley, we all have personal relationships that I hope you folks will develop too. That's what your legislators are there in Juneau for. And they can't not help you unless you reach out to them. They want to help people, but they've got a lot of constituents. There is a lot of truth in this squeaky wheel. You know, they get what they want. So I'm not going to go through these in detail, and they're too small to read right now on the screen. But if you look at the PowerPoint later, you're going to find these are programs, and I use these by way of example, where the state of Alaska would have lost these monies if there wasn't somebody out there pitching them, encouraging our tribes to sign up, encouraging our communities to participate, and showing our communities how to participate. Unfortunately, the portal for every single grant agency, that means the Treasury, the BIA, Commerce, they're all different and they all take practice to navigate. We will actually sit down and walk people through how to do that if necessary. Believe me, I hate it, but it's possible. We're not going to leave anybody behind on these programs. And the benefit of forcing the agency staff to do this is they start to realize, oh, we really do have a problem. People don't know how to access this, and it's encouraged their IT folks to eliminate a lot of problems here. So this page, again, talks about utilizing things like different, I have to give you my way, there's a lot of different areas of the state who are having regional forums, getting together, having grant writing workshops. So the Bristol Bay region, BB&A, hosted a 3-day grant writing workshop for their region. They posted it on their YouTube channel, and it was targeted with speakers for their particular audience. So there were trusted locals giving this. They also utilized, if you go around to other states, they had some videos that were posted online by the government of other states on grant writing. They were truly fantastic. There's nothing like hearing from somebody that you know and trust, though, like a local person walking you through what is community planning, what is a feasibility study, why do I need that, for when, for what type of grants, and all of that. Then they knew, BB&A knew that other people would be interested. So that is posted and available, accessible for anybody. If you have the time to go through something like, listen to those. I want to show you the last page here. Because here, now, there are millions of very useful websites out there on grant writing. In fact, there's so much information, you're going to get swallowed up. So I have on here in blue, grants.gov. That's the big daddy of them all. That's all of the federal government grants. But this is what I would tell you. If you were going to learn how to swim and somebody took you down to the edge of the dock and threw you in, that's www.grants.gov. It's for the people who know what they're doing, and they've really tried to make this easier by putting up training videos and walking through the NOFOs and what the heck is a NOFO, but you have to learn the lingo. So I would suggest that you start with the Alaska Municipal League, akfederalfunding.org. It's a great one, and it's subject categorized and broken down for Alaska specifically, and it's put together by a grants expert, so you can look by way of topic. It's for the people who want to stick their toe in the water and learn how to swim a little bit slower. Doesn't mean you can't go to grants.gov, but if you start with something easier, you'll understand what you're doing a little bit better. You can also go to the Alaska Federation of Native website, and on the top it has a header, says Navigator Program, and you can click on that. And we also have a calendar of upcoming webinars. We have archive of past webinars. You'll also see something similar to the AML website. It's just we have a smaller staff than the Alaska Municipal League. So that's why I would direct you first, but by all means, check out the Navigator program. And then, so this is not everything. These are just a small way to get going on this. And, and here's another thing. I know that everybody in the state of Alaska is looking for a grant writer. There's a lot of communities, villages I'm talking to, we'll call them up, tell them about upcoming opportunity, and they're going, don't call me anymore. We can't, I'm tired of doing reporting. We only have 2 people in the office. I can't take on any more opportunity. And that, it makes me so sad, is because folks are going to miss out because they don't have the staff. They are tired. They've got a lot of community concerns right now. Fishing season is starting. We called up a community the other day, and the tribal administrator said, we got a barge in. I got to go down the barge. All the city council members are down there. I can't talk to you right now. And we know there's a timeline on this, and, give us a time. We can call you back. We understand you got to go do the barge, but this is important too. People are busy. It's summertime. We're going to lose some of them, but we can't. This is the once in a lifetime, this summer and next, where we can pull in opportunity for a lot of people in our state. So grant writers, you're not going to be able to hire them. They're the hottest ticket in town. Everybody wants their own grant writer, and they don't necessarily have schools for this. I was just handed a wonderful book by Tim. I look forward to reading this, but here's something to think about. Grant writers are people that really know how to write, read, and follow directions. And where can you find people like that? Let me give you an example of the Ketchikan tribe. Ketchikan tribe went out and hired, they got them for free actually, a recently graduated law student who was on a fellowship. He's working for them full time. But what about all of those 1Ls out there? Anybody who's in law school, a first-year law school, nobody wants to hire them because they don't really know any law. They're in the first year, but they sure as hell know how to read and write. They're very good writers, or they went where they are, and they're all looking for jobs right now. How do you capture one of these guys or gals? Every single law school in the United States has like an employment agency. They want their people hired. So, and it doesn't mean that you don't need a grant writer, but what you have is somebody that can put the package together for you, answer the questions, and then if you turn it over to a real grant writer, you've saved them so much time. It is putting these applications together that is the big problem. And it is having people that can read the lingo, understand what's wanted, ask the community hard questions, and put the package together for you. It doesn't have to be a 1L. It has, maybe it's those, there's, I don't know, this is by the rumor mill, there's 2 or 3 ladies in Cooper Landing that seem to be super grant writers. They get the bicycle paths, they get everything. Who are these retired folks down there? There's a lot of retired people out there, of which I'm one, that realize what this opportunity is. What you're looking for is somebody that can write and follow directions. I mean, you find them. You have to think out of the box. And I'm just saying this if you can't capture a grant writer, because, that's the gold standard. But if you put it all together and you hand it, it's like if you go in on a legal issue to talk to an attorney, you're going to get so much bang for your buck. If you put the package together, if you bring this big folder full of invoices into your accountant and say, do it for me, it's going to cost you 3 times as much as when you organize it first and then you hand it to your accountant. This is the same kind of a concept. So there are navigators for the interior, for Southwest Alaska, for Central Alaska. I've been assigned the Bristol Bay region, the Aleutian Chain, and Chugach region. That's way too much for one person. So, but I it's the privilege to reach out and talk to these folks. I am available, and what I will say is I am not an expert on most of this, but I know where to go and how to find them. And for instance, Ashley's becoming an expert on broadband for the Chugach communities. That's a really important thing for me to know, because I'll talk to somebody and I know where to refer them, to go talk to her. And she's creating a files for each one of these communities. She's responsible. We want to do the outreach. We want to help. Do not hesitate to call any one of us. You can look for our names and phone numbers on the website. And I will tell you, there's so many creative things going on all over Alaska in other little communities just like yours. They're all trying to avail themselves of these opportunities. This morning, I was just on the phone with Selawik, way up in Northwest Arctic. I've been talking primarily with the folks out on the chain because they're having problems with their phone systems. And so I don't know why sometimes a cell phone or sometimes the emails will work, but we're not going to leave anybody behind. Are there any questions? Yes, ma'am. We've only started last August, and we didn't have full coverage then. So it takes a while to gear up the program, especially when things are coming at you so fast. We don't have a lot of people working for us. We have about 4 navigators on the ground, 1 in DC, and one of our recent grants, for those of you who are familiar with connectivity program for broadband, that grant is going to drop in about a week. So AFN will be doing calls out to all the people that signed up for that portion of broadband. That's not infrastructure. It's not laying the cable. This is a whole separate program for available to village corporations and tribes. And that was before we were fully geared up. A lot of the village corporations did not realize they were eligible for this, but this is pads, computers, internet available for folks. Well, talk to Ashley about water problems. Water is a big issue in a lot of, as much as it rains down in that Cordova area, Prince William Sound area, I cannot believe that water is such an issue for some of those communities. Old leaky pipes and housing. And I understand, didn't Kana just have a meeting maybe on Tuesday down in Kodiak? Another regional forum similar to this. But if there are no more questions, I'm happy to answer questions. If I can leave you with anything is, please partner. Talk to your neighbors, talk to your regional corporations, talk to your village corporations, talk with your cities. The most important thing you can do is being able to submit these joint applications. It is going to make your application so much more effective. Thank you.
Thank you. So first of all, I want to apologize to you, April, and everybody here. Our technology has not been what I would like it to be. We've had some things that are going on, so hopefully you can all hear me right now while we try and get a couple of things. or wants help, do me a favor, don't take multiple copies just for one organization, but if you want one, just see me during the break and I will make sure you get one, okay? That's the SIDS. The other part with AML, the Alaska Municipal League, we work very closely with them and with the city managers. So when it comes to partnering, that's what we try and do. So we get all the city managers into our offices every couple of months. And we talk through what are some of the projects, whether it be the bluff erosion project, whether it be the Seward housing concerns, whether it be some of the things down in Homer with their erosion concerns. So we try and make those connections. So please, if you've got an idea, if you've got something, let us know. And again, we realize, especially the last 2 years, it's been very difficult to get a hold of people because people are working at home and things. Reach out to us periodically, because I can tell you there's been organizations here on the peninsula we've reached out to and we hear crickets. We're here to help, but if we don't get a response back, it makes it difficult, okay? So whatever we can do to assist with making sure, the governor and the head of ADA were talking here recently about the Alaska Cares money. There was approximately $240 to $250 million statewide that went out in Alaska Cares money. And the question that kept coming up, and it came up by ADA's board, and that's why it was being discussed at the level it was being discussed, is how and what was going on the Kenai Peninsula that they brought in $57 million out of the 240, 250 just here to the Kenai Peninsula. And a lot of it is just because the processes and systems that we have in place and what kind of an organization we are. There was something that hasn't been brought up, that when businesses or organizations need help and they want to come talk to us, I'm not open to FOIA requests. I'm not open to any kind of disclosures. So if someone is starting a business or enhancing a business and they come in my office, we close the door, no one, and I'm looking around and there's a half a dozen of you that have used that. You had this concept that you wanted to start a business or whatever, and you came in my office, you never got a bill, you're not gonna get a bill, and you never heard about what we discussed outside of the office. And it's very, very important. And I wanna make sure that you all know and understand that we offer that. And that's one of the things that we help with. We're gonna take a break for a couple of minutes. Don't worry, the broadband topic will be discussed in length. And we have a great announcement we're gonna make today about a task force that's gonna help the Kenai Peninsula make sure that we get our fair share of some of the dollars coming out on broadband across the entire Kenai Peninsula. So that'll be coming up here in a little bit. So let's take a 10-minute break. So
the Indian tribe. I got an hour or so to come in here really quick to catch the presentations, but I do have to head out. So I appreciate the time to introduce myself, and I look forward to attending more of these and hopefully for the full duration. So I do appreciate the time there, Tim.
Thank you.
Hello, Heather Daniels from the Salamantoff Native Association.
Good morning again, Rusty Swann, KPEDD.
My name is Kate Homan-Billmeyer. I am a co-founder and principal at Wellspring Group Consulting in Seldovia.
Hi, I'm Rachel Pyack. I'm from the Kenai Peninsula Borough School District. I'm the Title VI specialist, so I manage the Title VI Alaska Native American Support grant for the school district.
Good morning. My name is Jill Schaefer, and I'm the Regional Director for the Office of Governor Dunleavy.
I'm Elena Spraker, and I'm the Kenai Peninsula Kodiak Regional Director for U.S. Senator Dan Sullivan. You want to get reintroduced?
Oh, I'll reintroduce myself. I'm Cassidy Cameron, the Special Project for KPEDD, and happy to see everyone here. So thanks for coming.
Good morning, Lisa Parker with Parker Horn Company here in Soldotna.
And Lisa can do grant writing, so anybody who's looking for a grant writer.
Nice of him to volunteer.
Hi, Johnny Blankenship, Kenai Peninsula Borough Clerk.
And I'm Michelle Turner, the Deputy Borough Clerk.
Good morning. I'm Stephanie Queen, the city manager for the city of Soldotna.
Yeah, greetings, everyone. My name is Greg Insulewski. I'm wearing a couple hats today. I'm the president and executive director for the Nelsik Native Association. So I'm CEO down there, and we run that program. But I'm also president and chairman of the tribe down there, the Nelsik Village Tribe. So pleasure to meet you.
Larry Skalkoff, Nelsik Native Association Business Development Manager.
Ashley Christensen with Chugach Alaska Corporation Community Development Program Director.
I'm Stephen Payton. I'm the owner of Seldovia Submersibles.
I'm Harmony Payton, and I'm the co-owner of Seldovia Submersibles.
She's also a council member in the city of Seldovia.
Colin Stewart, I'm the Special Projects Coordinator at AppTech.
Brett Perry, and I am the new Executive Director for the Kenai Chamber of Commerce and Visitor Center.
I'm Sharon Isaac. I'm my grandma. And I served on the Economic District Board a long time ago. And I've been with the Kenai Indian Tribe and have a passion for our elders, our young people, and everybody in between. You just keep working hard, and the little ones will learn, and the grandmas and grandpas will appreciate you.
My name is Betty Gilchrist. My family is from Point Possession. I belong to the Canotsi tribe in Siri, and I'm a really good commercial fisherman.
My name is Jason Warfel, and I work at the Peninsula Job Center.
Hi, my name is Andrew Walsh. I'm a project manager for the Kenai Peninsula Borough.
I'm Mike Gallagher. I'm the owner of the Alaska Petroleum Academy. My company is going through reorganization. We'll become the Alaska Industrial Academy, hopefully by this fall. We're going online with all of our services, safety, environmental, health and welfare, on-interview training. We travel, and we're going to be online. There'll be a number of you that I'd like to talk to you later today.
Hi, I'm Sarah Dothett, Kenai Peninsula Driving Instruction. We're the driving school here in Kenai.
Hi, good morning, everybody. Tim Redder, Regional Manager for First National Bank, and I'm a KPEDD board member.
I'm Jason Brown, also with First National Bank. I'm a commercial lender in Soldotna.
Hi, I'm Michelle Spark. I work out of Anchorage under CITC. I am with Get Out the Native Vote.
Hi, I'm Shannon Davis. I'm the Executive Director of the Soldotna Chamber of Commerce.
Hi, Teresa Honrud. I am the Membership and Events Coordinator for the Soldotna Chamber of Commerce as well.
Yeah, Lida, everyone. My name is Vaidi Croto. I'm the Executive Director for the Tabona Foundation. We serve the Native Village of Tyonek tribal members and the Tyonek Native Corporation shareholders.
Hi, I'm Todd Smith. I'm KPEDD board member and owner of Preferred Plumbing and Heating here in Kenai.
Marnie Olcott, CEO of the Challenger Learning Center here, and also my husband and I have AK Fermentation Company. We make ferments, and also soon to announce our Northward cryo food line.
Thank you. I appreciate everybody being able to introduce themselves. I know that putting a microphone in people's hands, some people don't like that. But I think it's very, very important for people to know who's sitting around the table. Well, this next presentation, by far, this was the most and is still the busiest woman in the state of Alaska. And we are so, so glad that she's able to be here with us today. We were actually down in Homer yesterday looking at some things, and we'll be over in Soldotna looking at some things tomorrow. The Alaska Economic Development Representative, Ms. Shirley Kelly. Shirley? Make sure you hold it away from your face.
Okay. Well, it was nice to hear all of you and where you're from and who you're with, because I was that, so I knew who I was talking to. So I've been working for EDA. This is my 19th year, and it's the best job I have ever had. And I do want to say to the tribal administrators or city managers or corporation managers that I know where you are at because I've been in your shoe steps before. That was in my previous life, so I know all the things you have to do. And then I wanted to say to the Chamber of Commerce people, I am so glad that you're here because you are the people who know a lot of the information on the ground that applicants that come to EDA are going to go to you for information. So send all my applicants to the Chambers of Commerce because you know what's going on. So I'm going to go really quickly through some of my slides in my presentation because I asked KPEDD to email it out to all of you so you all will have that presentation in hand at your computers. So we're the only federal agency in the entire country that specifically works on economic development. And the reason why we do economic development is because we want to enable you to be able to compete in the worldwide market. And I'm sorry about the lighting. I wish I knew that the lighting was going to be this way, but we have 6 regional offices across the country, Alaska, Seattle regional office. These are our investment criteria. The first one is you have to align with our investment priorities, and you'll be able to find those on the EDA website, which is eda.gov. The second one is probably the most important investment criteria you need to remember of everything I said today, is because we look at the number of jobs projects are going to create and the amount of private sector investment that the project's going to generate. And the last one, the SEDS document, KPEDD, if your project doesn't align with the KPEDD SEDS, then we probably won't fund it. So it's really important that you all get involved with what KPEDD is doing here on the peninsula, because we need your ideas and their SEDS that you're going to come to us for money. So this is a quick list of our investment criteria. You'll see it in the PowerPoint when you get it, or you can go to eda.gov. So I wanted to talk a little bit about job creation. and private investment generation. So we count that for a 9-year span of time. We don't count that immediately. It's for that 9-year span of time, and we don't count construction jobs. So you want to think about the private businesses in your area that's going to benefit from the project and the number of jobs that they're going to create and the amount of private investment that your project is going to enable them to generate. And that's also counted for a 9-year time. So it's really important. We don't count the jobs that your company is going to create, nor do we count the construction jobs, but it's the private sector in your area that's going to benefit from the project. And the private sector that's going to generate investment dollars because of your project. This is the, can we turn down the lights? If I knew you were going to have the lights on, I wouldn't have put it in this color. But when you go to kped.com, you will see these are the goals of their SEDS. So make sure that your project aligns with the goals of their SEDS. And these are non-construction projects. So the basic non-construction projects that you want to look at are feasibility studies, business plans, impact analysis, those kinds of projects that's going to help you help your region. And the projects that we look at is just foundational basic infrastructure, economic development infrastructure. You need docks and harbors because the docks is where your goods and services are going to come in, and they're also where you're going to ship out anything that you manufacture in your area. We do vertical infrastructure, but it has to lead to business development. That means you're going to build a piece of infrastructure, you're going to allow businesses to rent space in it so they can run their businesses. And then we do some broadband, we don't do the last mile and we don't do the first mile, but we do the middle mile. And the same thing with water and wastewater and roads. If you need to extend your water or wastewater or your road to a business development, then come to us. But we don't just build roads to build roads. It has to go to a business. And the same thing with your water and wastewater. We do energy projects because everyone needs energy. And we also just do design and engineering projects. And I like to say that we do design and engineering is because we really don't have a whole lot of money for construction when it comes to docks and harbors. But we'll do the design and engineering that you can have a shovel-ready project to take to the U.S. DOT programs to get them to fund it. Because that's what they want. They want a shovel-ready project. And their pot of money is a lot bigger than our pot of money. They do $20, $25 million projects for docks and harbors. And I may have just shut that off. Okay. I'm good. Okay. So this is another important slide for you because, like April said, going to grants.gov is like looking for a needle in a haystack, and you don't want to do that. So for construction projects, all you want to key in is 11.300 in your CSCA box. It'll take you right to our notice of funding opportunity. And for non-construction projects, you want to key in 11.303. And if you have an economic dislocation, you want to key in the CFPA box 11.307. That means you had a loss of a major employer,
or you've had an economic disaster. And so those are the main programs that we find funding for. And so those are things I talked about earlier. We don't talk about them again. You'll see it on our PowerPoint reminder. These are some of the things that we do not find in application. This is where I want to spend a little bit of time on. Is doing a non-construction project. We don't provide funding, so you can give some stipend money towards to a planning session. So we don't do that. We don't do software licensing, and we don't do operations and maintenance. Those are just the major things that we've done in non-construction projects. We don't really do any indirect rate on money. Not in construction, but we'll do in non-construction. Again, we don't do stipends. We don't do maintenance and operation. And we don't. In some cases, we'll do rolling stock. Really don't like rolling stock because it's hard to quantify and qualify job creation as rolling stock. But the only organization that we provided funding for rolling stock is Ag Tech, because they do the training of the people that are going to get the jobs to drive the rolling stock. And we like Ag Tech. We've provided a lot of funding to them in the past because they have a high job rate placement here in Alaska. And this is my contact information. And I like Tim said, I'm the only person in Alaska. We had an office of 5, but when people retired and left and the economy went down, we're only an office of 1. And so sometimes it takes me a little while to answer my phone because I do have regular work that I need to do. But I'm pretty good at answering emails. It may take me a couple of days to get back to you. But I also want to say that EDA uses organizations like KPEDD. We have those organizations all across the state of Alaska because they're our eyes and our feet on the ground, and we depend on them to let us know what's needed in the region through their SEDS development, the Comprehensive Economic Development Strategy. So if you haven't been involved in the process, please get involved because you want to make sure that the project that you need aligns with their SEDS. And I'll take any questions if you have any.
Thank you. We're going to switch things up because we've got a couple of scheduling things that we've got to take care of. So our next presentation is going to be by the Borough Clerk on elections and the process. So Johnny Blankenship, the Borough Clerk, is here. Johnny?
Well, hello. I know that you're close to getting to lunch, so I'll try to be brief because I'm sure you're all ready for that. So I am Johnny Blankenship. I'm Kenai Peninsula Borough Clerk. I've been at the clerk's office for 23 years. I know, be sad for me. So we're going to just do some quick down and dirty elections 101. We're going to do it from the borough's perspective, not from the state of Alaska. So I'll defer all those questions to the Division of Elections. And I'm assuming this is the button. Hey, look at that. So we're going to talk about election administration, dates to remember, what potentially could be on the ballot, Section 203 of the Voting Rights Act, which is what I'm going to need your help with, voter turnout, why you should vote, and resources. So local elections are conducted by the Office of the Borough Clerk for the borough elections. And we collaborate with the cities of Homer, Kenai, Seldovia, Seward, and Soldotna to conduct their elections as well. What's on our ballot? Potentially borough mayor, not this year, assembly representation, board of education, service area board members, and potentially propositions. We don't know what we're going to have yet this year. And borough elections and city elections are conducted annually, first Tuesday in October. So we do an election every single year. State does them even numbers years, we do them every year. Again, this is just another snapshot of who does what. That seems to be a big confusion for folks. The boroughs and the cities conduct their local elections, and the state of Alaska conducts the primary, the general, and the REAA. Some dates to remember. The ones I'm going to highlight for you is for the borough election. You need to make sure if you're going to make any changes to your voter registration, that you do that 30 days in advance of each and every election. But for us, that'd be September 4th. If you're interested in running for office, those dates are August 1st through August 15th. And then election day, of course, is October 4th. So the vacancies to be filled, if you're interested in any of those, we have some assembly seats, and those are the districts. We have some Board of Education seats, those are the districts. We also have some service area boards that have elected boards, and those are Joint Ops for CES, Nikiski Fire, Nikiski Senior, North Penn Rec, and then in the South area, East and South Peninsula areas, Bear Creek Fire, Seward Bear Creek Flood, and South Kenai Peninsula Hospital service area all have elected boards. We also send out a voter pamphlet every year. It's a very large 100+ page book that unfortunately finds its way into the recycle bin a lot. It's full of wonderful information. It's an all-in-one for you. It's got voter information, candidate profiles, proposition summaries, sample ballots. We also include maps, and also collaborate with the cities to include all of their information as well. It's posted online, it's posted on Facebook, and it's delivered to every postal customer in the Kenai Peninsula Borough. Please read it. So here's different ways to vote. We also recommend you only do it one, but there's different options on how to do that. We have absentee voting sites that are open 2 weeks prior to every election at the borough, Homer, Kenai, Seldovia, and Seward at the clerk's offices. We have paper applications available. We also have a wonderful new online submission, which there's information on your tables on how to do that. So you can apply to have a ballot mailed to you or faxed to you through an online portal. We have 22 polling locations throughout the borough, and we have 6 precincts that are exclusively by mail. Ones that are exclusively by mail are Cooper Landing, Fox River, Hope, Moose Pass, Seldovia, Ketchmack Bay, and Tyonek, which includes Tyonek, Beluga, Port Graham, Nanwalek. The top 3, the Cooper Landing, Hope, and Moose Pass, tend to be our top voter turnout precincts. So that by mail does work. We also, of course, the cities also have great voter turnout. So here's why Tim asked me to come and help and see if I can get your help. On December 17th, we received a letter from the U.S. Department of Justice that said that we have an area of our borough that passes or overlaps with the Bristol Bay Native Corporation boundaries, and that we need to provide Yupik translation if it is deemed needed. So I did send out correspondence to all of the known Alaska Native organizations. And again, Tim's group helped me to make sure I got all those right. And to date, we have not found that there is a need for Yupik translation for ballot information in the Kenai Peninsula Borough. So these are the groups that we sent correspondence to. If you have a check mark next to your entity, thank you. You got back to me, and I really appreciate that. If there is a circle next to your entity, I'm still waiting to hear from you. So please correspond with me or dig out that letter and let me know if there's a need for Yupik translation in your area. These areas over here, the little tiny black areas show the areas that overlap. And as you know, that moose and bears don't vote. So we probably don't have any folks living in those areas. So here's our voter turnout. As you can see, it's not great. So the top bar is our registered voters, and then the purple bar is the number of people who turned out to vote those years. Our top year was 2017, and I have the big, what happened that year? So you'll see greater voter turnout when we have interesting things to vote on. So in 2014, we had a mayor's race. 2017, we had a mayor's race. We also had some interesting propositions. Prohibition of commercial marijuana was on the ballot. Biggest voter turnout I've ever seen. And then there was some other propositions. I don't think those were the drivers. And then again in 2020, we had another mayor's race. So last year, worst voter turnout I've ever seen. Not a very interesting ballot, but still important that we get out and vote, right? So 5 reasons why you should vote. Your vote makes a difference. It might feel like it won't matter, but it makes a difference, especially in local and state government. The winner of the election will represent you anyway, so you might as well go there and get your vote in. It's never been easier to register to vote. Elections affect everyday life, and people fought for your right to vote. So anybody have any other reasons why we should vote? Just do it, right? Some resources, I gave you some resources on your table as well. Again, you can apply to have a ballot mailed to you or faxed to you through our online portal. We have an FAQ page, and we have our election history page if anybody is a statistic or history buff and wants to go down that road. I've also provided you with information for the state of Alaska for their different issues that they have coming up. As we all know, they now have a special by-mail primary. They have a special general, a primary, and a general. And the general elections will have ranked choice voting. So there's a lot of things out there that there's probably potential questions about. Please visit those resources. And I'm available for questions. So yes, in 2021, we implemented our new system. We'd been using Dominion hardware and software since I've been there in 1999, and then we just upgraded to their new system. Yes, we are, and so is the state of Alaska. We have we partnered with a third party to do an pre-implementation analysis and study, and then a post-implementation analysis and study of the hardware and the software to make sure that everything that we did receive was EAS certified and that it's all air-gapped. And I have a special election server room. We do logic and accuracy testing in the public, and I advertise that, and you're all welcome to come. And we also have an election server room that is completely in a bubble, so you can't come in, but you can see everything we're doing. So it is definitely a goal of the Kenai Peninsula Borough to make sure that we are not only secure in our elections, but we're also very transparent. Nope, we're not connected. You're welcome to come visit me. I will give you a tour. Anything else? Okay, thank you, guys.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Thank you, Johnny. I really appreciate that. Well, the next part is making sure that we get people out to vote and making sure that your voice is heard. So I spent some time doing some research and talking to Ethan Tyler from Siri and some other folks and saying, okay, who do I get from the Native community that is tied back in that can help me with getting out the vote? And he gave me no one but Michelle Spark. Michelle, come on up here. Strategic Initiating Director of Cook Inlet Tribal Council is going to talk about getting out the vote.
Thank you, Tim. I'm actually really glad to follow up from Johnny because, you know, it's easier to try to segue local effort into why a statewide effort, especially for a demographic, ties in. So anyway, Kuyana Tailuchi, Winga Machohok. My Chipik name is Macho. My mother is from the Chivak tribe, and I grew up in Bethel. I have worked in Washington, D.C. I've worked in Juneau. I've worked on campaigns. So I feel like I'm pretty well-rounded in the political sphere for me to be also a super voter, concerned citizen, having a civic engagement since I was 18. So I'm very passionate about voters and getting out the vote and being an educated voter. I'd rather you do research before you get to the ballot box, but a lot of people leave it up to another driver to make their decisions when they're in there, but at least you've gone to the polls. I thought it was very cute too. I only started last month, and Tim was asking me for slides or anything for a presentation, and I'm like, that's really cute, Tim. I don't have anything right now. But I did want to talk about the latest census. And there is still a possibility that we were undercounted. But given that consideration, we all almost make up, the Native population makes up almost 22% of the state's demographic. That's up from 17 from when we last really paid attention. That Johnny had that graph with that green high bar of the 18 and up eligible voters. And the bar of voters, you know, was very low on that. If the Alaska Native population, 18 and up, voted, we would have 25% influence on all the races. And that's massive. That's a high bar again, and it'd be great if we had that kind of turnout all the time, but we don't. But for those of us that pay attention, talk to your neighbors, talk to your friends, talk to your family, make sure people try to make an effort to vote early, absentee, drive them to the polls on election day. I did want to talk about the special election. I used to work for Congressman Don Young. I was, when he was chairman of the Resource Committee, and I worked on fisheries. It was a very cool job. He and Lou were very good to me. So me starting right when he's passed away was, you know, a real shock. I mean, we knew it would come one day, but he was doing what he loved. So I wanted to show the ballot that you're going to face. I think they were all mailed out yesterday. You're going to start seeing this in your mail. There's 49 names on this special ballot. Not a lot of people will do some research on 49 people. Maybe you know, a lot of us know some people that are running. I would like to highlight that there are 4 Alaska Natives running. That doesn't mean you should vote for them, but I do want to point them out to you. Laurel Foster is Chupig from Makoriak in Western Alaska. She is in the Air National Guard. She's a paralegal with the Alaska Native Justice Center. Mary Peltola is Yupik, and she's from Bethel, and she works in fisheries, and she is a former lawmaker for the Bethel Area District. Tara Sweeney, some of you remember her name from running BIA in the last administration. And her mother was Eileen McLean, who was also a Uktiavik representative in the House for a while. And we have Emil Nadi, Koyakana Thabaskan, AFN, you know, long storied career. A lot of you have probably crossed paths with him in his long storied career. So 4 people out of 49 isn't incredible or huge, but for the Native community, I think it's very impressive and I'm very excited about it. So this special election, and I want to remind people that in 2020, the Supreme Court had waived the witness signature portion of the mail-in ballot. This time you do have to have a witness signature. As long as the person is 18 and up, have them witness your ballot and mail it back in. You don't have to have that 18-year-old and up person do anything other than sign. Your signature also needs to be on it, and it needs to be mailed back by June 11th before the post office closes, or if you want to drop it off at a polling place, you're welcome to do that too. You're only picking one person. I know, again, 49 names. One person, fill in the oval, show clear voter intent. Send it back in. The Division of Elections is going to count the 4 highest vote getters, and they're going to go on to the August ballot. So this is to serve out Congressman Young's current term. Whoever is elected in August, and that's going to be a ranked choice voting system, which is a whole new ball of wax. And I kind of leave that to Alaskans for Better Elections, the Division of Elections and all that, to explain that a lot better than I can right now. But you will start getting materials in the mail since yesterday. You're going to get bombarded, and I've seen commercials on the news already, or during news time already. So you will be getting a lot of instructional videos and imagery to help you figure out the ranked choice voting system. But again, I just want to stress, one and done on the mail-in ballot that you're getting in your mailboxes now. One and done. Choose your preferred candidate, sign it, have a witness sign it, mail it back in. It is prepaid, just drop it in the mail. In the August one, we're going to choose from the top 4 vote getters from the June election. That's going to be ranked choice. So you choose your number 1 preferred person. You can do it and keep it that way if you want to. A lot of people don't like the idea of having to vote for more than one person, especially ranking them. So you can just leave it one and done if you want to, but you're kind of eroding your voice that way. Because if your preferred candidate doesn't win, you've lost your opportunity to influence the outcome. You can rank 2, 3, 4 more people to say, all right, if my preferred candidate doesn't win, I can live with this person being the second choice. So if your person is knocked out early on in the count process, your second vote is going to move up to that next person that's still in the game. So I think it's an opportunity for all of us to have a plurality, a majority of will from the people to say, hey, this person is an acceptable person to represent me. If my first preferred person isn't, then the second person, okay, let's go with that. Or we have a third person. If my second preference doesn't make it, let's make this third person the next one. It sounds confusing, but I don't want to say it's not going to work out. I think it can work out. Maybe we're going to have a lot of learning curves, in August and in November, but it's something we have to deal with because it is law and it is the way it has to go. Now, if you overvote, if you're kind of cute and think, well, I'm going to put all my first votes on this one candidate, that's considered overvoting. So you actually negate your ballot's lifespan. It doesn't influence anything. So I suggest you go to the Division of Elections or Alaskans for Better Elections, get out the native vote. We'll have more materials soon on our websites, social media. We will have mailers, Native People's Actions, First Alaskans Institute. A lot of the Native corporations and regional nonprofits will also be producing materials for people to understand this process more. Did you have a question? I do have some handouts in the back, so you can look at a sample ballot for the ranked choice process. So only 4 names are going to be on there, and there's going to be an extra line for a write-in. So you literally have 5 choices if you have a write-in person. When the Division of Elections scans the votes, if they see the write-in, it's going to flag that, and then they're going to start adding up the names of the write-in people. So, I'm sorry. Okay, yeah, sure, yeah. They're pretty generic, but I do have a sample ballot with everybody's name on it. Everybody's name it's in alphabetical order, so you can find them pretty easily. But, I just hope that people take the time to research a little bit about, you don't have to research 49 people. Some of you probably are ambitious enough to do that. But if you at least do a little bit of homework and know what you're going into when you're looking at your ballot, there's no pressure in the ballot polling station, luckily, with this mail-in. So you can do it from the comforts of your home. You've got Google, you've got your friends and relatives you can call when you're reading through this and make your informed choice on who to vote one and done on this mail-in ballot in June 11th. Again, August 16th is ranked choice voting. It's a whole new different ball game there. And then November is the national midterm elections, and that's where we're voting for governor, your state Senate or House district members, things like that. So we are going to try to be more visible and more vocal coming through these processes. And you can easily find me through CITC on Facebook and whatnot, and through Tim, actually. So I'm very easy to find, and I'm happy to answer any questions. Cleanna, thank you.
Thank you so much. I know that you had just started, so I really, really appreciate you being able to make it down here. Any other questions? Yes, Harmony.
Right. There's actually a lot of fellowship programs that are in development, and we are trying to associate with the youth so that we can get 18 and up registered if they haven't registered for the PFD. Luckily, with our state system, anyone who gets the PFD is automatically registered to vote as soon as they're 18. So that's one thing we don't have to worry about, doing voter registration drives, things like that. But we are going to be working with the youth. Yeah. Thanks.
Any other questions? Thank you again so much. Oops, I'm sorry, Lisa.
Yeah. I can't actually tell you the number right now, but I know more than half pretty much drop off after the special election intent. I should also point out too that the June and August elections just settle the person that's going to be serving out Congressman Young's term until January 13th, when we swear in the new congressional term. So whoever we vote for to serve out his term, it's not a foregone conclusion that we have another congressman for life, for 49 years. So, maybe that person can just do, the honor the term and just serve the rest of it until the new Congress. But the November election is going to be for the new congressional term. And only, like what she just asked refers to that. Some of them have registered to vote, registered to run for the 118th Congress, which is the next Congress starting in January. So I know that's a little confusing. Whoever wins the August election will probably placed in the House in September, and they'll only have a few months to serve until the new Congress is sworn in January. So I know that's a lot of information, but it's just to serve out the term, these two special elections coming up, and then November is a regular, normal voting process.
Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate it. One of the things when we talked about doing today was about resources, what's out there, and we've heard about different kinds of grants and different kinds of funding opportunities. The other part is on our workforce side and being able to access different kind of training and what kind of training people could get right here on the peninsula. The next speaker, Sarah Dothett, her and her husband came to us several years ago over at KPEDD, and we have worked with them to start their driving business. And it's remarkable, not only the number of folks that have CDLs that have finished them and been able to get employment as CDL drivers, but also our young people that didn't have a regular car or truck driving, just a regular vehicle that they've trained, just literally hundreds of them. So nice warm welcome for Sarah Dothett.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, good morning. I will try to navigate this. They didn't do a training course on how to run this thing. So my name is Sarah Dothit. As Tim said, I'm with Kenai Peninsula Driving Instruction. And he's right. When my husband and I came up with this driving school idea, we came to KPEDD, which is a dream and a passion for training new drivers. And those early days and weeks were tough ones. It was a challenge. Nobody in the current administration had started a driving school in many years. So there were some obstacles that seemed pretty high at that time. And Tim and his team at KPEDD helped us navigate. They helped us get through a lot of those early challenges. And we successfully got open and running. And I'm pretty passionate about the transportation industry these days because of it. It's changed me in a lot of different ways. And I may not look like I'm out in the transportation industry a lot, but I love getting out in the yard and seeing the students and interacting with them. I just want to give you a few transportation facts real quick. Transportation, I just did a quick search and came up with that in the last week alone, there's 110 driver jobs that have been posted. And that's non-CDL, CDL, all driver jobs. So there's a big need in the state of Alaska for drivers. Employers who typically would not hire truck drivers fresh out of driving school, they call me every week. Who do you have? They're desperate. They're ready to bring on these brand new drivers into their companies, which is a big leap of faith, and says a lot about our students, that they really recognize that we're training good students. We have great people coming out of our programs who are hard workers. The transportation world is short-staffed, just like everybody in the state. So if you see a driver, whether they're in a big truck or a small van and they're delivering something and they're out driving, say thank you to them. We've all been working very hard through the pandemic. Everybody's been just hitting the ground running, getting these deliveries made throughout this entire last few years we've had. So
Kenai Peninsula Driving Instruction is Kenai's driving school for CDL and new driver training, working with each student one-on-one for more miles, more seat time, and more training experience for your success.
Before I enrolled at KPEDD, I had no idea about these trucks or how to use them. With just a week-long course, though, they taught me everything I needed to know, which has led to a career that I now have, which I love.
When you're ready to get your CDL driver's license, reach out to Kenai Peninsula Driving Instruction today. Success starts with Kenai Peninsula Driving Instruction.
shout out to Martin Media, who has been an awesome partner. We've just recently started using them. They're great if you're interested in any kind of video services. They made that video, and we love working with them. So just a tiny glimpse of what we're about. And I want to talk about a couple different things. One, we do driver's ed. So that sounds scary to a lot of people. It sounds scary to get behind the wheel with a teenager or a young adult. We get a lot of people who are even 18 and up to 22 and older who've never had a driver's license. But getting a driver's license is essential to getting into the workforce. We do training courses all the time. We have a full-time driving instructor who is out there hitting the roads. And so you'll see our vehicles out there. You'll see our student drivers doing their training. You'll see them doing their testing. We're a licensed testing facility with the state. So I encourage you to check out our driver's education program. As I've been talking about, the CDL world is a really important aspect of the business as well. And I want to talk just briefly about ELDT. If you've ever heard the term ELDT, it's entry-level driver training, and it's a big deal. And I'm actually really passionate about it, and it's not scary. There's a lot of things going on out there in the transportation industry about ELDT and people who are not happy with it, don't understand it, all of those things. And so I'm always happy to discuss it. ELDT is something that's been in the works for more than a decade. The federal motor carrier came up with a plan saying that we need to standardize truck driving training across the nation. And they became, engulfed in this project of creating what does that look like? And ELDT is what was created out of that. It standardized the training across the nation. So whether you get your CDL in North Carolina or California or Alaska, you're learning the same content. And that's the big takeaway about ELDT that I want to talk about is ELDT is not our requirements. There's no time requirements for theory or behind the wheel with ELDT. It's content-based. So different schools offer different training programs in different ways, whether it's online or in person or classroom or group trainings or one-to-one trainings. They just need to make sure that their program meets the ELDT content requirements. And so I think that's really important when students are looking at training programs, is to consider what kind of training is best for you and make sure that your program is meeting those new requirements. This just went into effect in February, and honestly, Alaska has actually been ahead in the entire nation and has handled ELDT really well. We've all been pretty impressed by how other states have actually looked to Alaska to say, how did you do this when it came to implementing ELDT? Some of the other things we offer is passenger endorsement training for those that need to transport passengers, which is a really big industry in Alaska, especially with tourism. Getting a hazardous material endorsement for driving fuel trucks. Just learning how to get your CLP, your commercial learner's permit, can be a bit of a task, so we also offer a course for that. We're the only fingerprinting office here on the Kenai Peninsula for TSA pre-check and hazmat and TWIC cards, all which are very important. Everyone that goes out to Nikiski, out into any of the refineries, needs a TWIC card. So we're the only place that does that. We recently added vehicle transactions. So we're going to be launching that here this month and next, where we're going to be doing vehicle transactions right here in Kenai, as well as licensing. So there's a lot of really exciting expansion that's happening, and we're really excited to offer all these services here in Kenai. One of the things I just want to point out about KPDI and what makes us so different is we really take a lot of care and pride in our students. We take a lot of time to get to know them. The first time they call me, and I do all the student enrollments, so they get to talk to me. I explain about our programs. We talk about what they're looking for and what they need, and I can set them up with that. And then I start helping them with funding, whether it's reaching out to corporations or the Department of Labor or other industries that can help fund them. I have lots of key tools to help them get through all of that. And 99% of our students are successful. I know that's pretty bold to say that, but they are. Because of our one-to-one training, we can cater the training to them. We make sure that they cover all of the ELDT requirements. And at the same time, if they're struggling in one area or another, their instructor can cater their training to make sure that they're confident and successful by the end of their training. And the training programs, because they are one-to-one, they are less time than other training facilities as well, because a lot of these new people these new students can't miss too much time off of work. They need to maintain their income for their families. So that's another important aspect. This is our team. We have a really great team of instructors. They have million miles under their belt. They've been in the trucking industry. They've trucked all over the world. We've got a lot of great people working for us, and we're one big family at KPDI. I really love our staff. We have a great great camaraderie and fun times at the office. Everybody really enjoys their time with us, and I'm really proud of our team.
For the amount of schooling you have to go through, you can really get a good paying job fairly quickly. At the age of 18, you could potentially get a job working the garbage trucks or hauling gravel in the summer and working within the state.
When I got here, it was my first time back into the trailer. It was a little bit different for me than normal driving, obviously, but I got instructed well, so I was able to do them.
So we'll have to pull in here and then we'll do an alley dock.
Yep.
All right. So at the age of 18, you can get your CDL in the state of Alaska. The one caveat there is you do have to have held your regular driver's license, a Class D they call it, license, for a minimum of 1 year. So as long as you got your regular license at the age of 16, when you turn 18, you're eligible to be able to do the training to get your CDL.
I want to get a trucking job as soon as possible, hopefully within a couple weeks, and make it into a career.
Alaska at Work is part of American Graduate Getting to Work, made possible by the Corporation for Public Broadcasting.
So I just want to finish that with, we worked with a lot of industries. We've worked with a lot of organizations. We've partnered with a lot of people. We're always looking for people to partner with. We want to help you get drivers. We want to help get your staff trained. If you need defensive driving for your company, for, if your drivers are slacking a little bit and you want to, bump up their game and bring us in to have them do a quick defensive driving course or such like that, those are things we can do. We have a lot of great options, and we're excited to work with the Kenai community as well as all over Alaska. My husband and Alex and I, he grew up here in Kenai. He went to Kenai Central High School. His parents went to Kenai Central High School. We're rooted here in the community. We love Kenai. We love being a part of it. And we love our students. I got a call 2 days ago from a student who got a job, and he went through our truck driving program a few weeks ago. And just hearing him on the phone, he's like, Sarah, guess what? I got a job. This is what I'm doing. I'm so excited. I love hearing those. I love posting our graduate pictures on our Facebook page every week. It just takes, it's so much pride and joy to see them. They're out there, they're driving, they're making a living for their family. It really brings us a lot of joy. And our instructors agree. It's super rewarding. I'd love to answer questions. Yeah. Absolutely. Yes, we do. We try to do a lot of different varieties of marketing. If you have any suggestions, we're in the Bush mailer, and that one's a big one, I know, for the Bush communities, because internet is difficult out there. So we definitely try to reach as many people as we can. Thank you. Any other questions?
A lot of the other schools in the state will be 4 or 5 people in one truck. They'll swap the driver doing that. Not with these folks. It's one-on-one. There's only one teacher, one student. It's impressive. It makes a world of difference in their learning. Could you speak a little bit too quickly? I don't think you'll ask. I got it up. Two things real quickly. One, how many students have you actually processed? Started, and just talking about state funding for it.
Yeah, so I don't remember the exact number of CDL students to date, but I know it's just about over 500 in the last 5 years. And the numbers are, it's hard to say numbers wise whether what kind of courses those students did and such, but we have helped over 500 people get their CDL in the state. What was that? Yes, that's true. Yeah, so, and like Mike said, our trucks only seat 2 people. Our day cab trucks, they have an instructor, they have a student. And that's how that student gets all of the attention of their instructor. There could be other ways to train more students at a time, but we have found that this is the most effective way to train students. One-on-one, they get all of the attention. The students told me to say to people, like, what? I'm like, how can I better explain this? They're like, say it's 100% driving while you're here. I'm like, okay, it's 100% driving. Today, I know I have at least 2 trucks that drove to Homer and back. We call Thursdays our long drive days. And when the students are doing really well, they get to drive down to Homer. We treat them to lunch at Fat Olives or somewhere like that. I think the Boatyard Cafe is also a popular option wherever we can pull our semi-trucks in. So long drive day is always a lot of fun. The students get to do this big long drive and get to do some hills and highway time. So that's a lot of fun. We work really closely with the Department of Labor. I feel like they're just such a great department down here. We have career support and training and a great staff there that I work really closely with. We do everything we can to fund and get these people into the driver's seat if it's necessary for their job, if they're going to get a raise, if they need a job. There's a lot of ways that you can get funded through these things. And we also work with corporations, private companies. There's a grant program in the state that I'm really excited about. I've been pushing where employers who can actually get partially reimbursed for sending their employees through CDL training if it's necessary for their job, and they've had them for about 6 months or so. So there's a lot of great programs. I'm consistently researching new programs to make sure we can try to get people the funding they need to get CDL training. Any other questions? Yes. Great. Yeah, I'm glad to hear that. Yeah, I really enjoy working with the Job Center. It's always a pleasant experience working with them. And I tell every single student to go to the Job Center first. So I'm always definitely promoting that. But any other questions? I know everybody's hungry. Me too.
Thank you. Just a couple of follow-up things from what Sarah had said. I know back, it was around a year and a half ago, the folks in Dillingham that worked for the city, there was a variety of them that needed CDLs. And they also have an opportunity for housing. So that if someone comes in from Bethel or Dillingham or outside of the Kenai Peninsula, they're able to package things where there's a place for them to stay also. So that's something that if you've got friends or other people outside of the area to remember. The other thing that they've been working on, which I think helps each and every one of us, early on there was a discussion about energy and energy costs. Whether you know it or not, all of those HEA trucks and NSTAR and a lot of those kinds of vehicles, they have to do safety checks periodically. And up until a couple of years ago, they all had to go up to the valley. So you were not only paying fuel costs for them to go to the valley, per diem, time away, all those kinds of things. That stuff's now being done here on the Kenai Peninsula. So it's another way of us being able to keep dollars here on the peninsula. So please, if you've got questions, if you have somebody that has been couch surfing or whatever and is looking for some kind of job, there's plenty of jobs out there, and these guys are doing an awesome job with that. So thank you, Sarah. I appreciate you being here today. We now have going to take a little bit of a break to get everybody their lunch. Lunch is here via Odie's from over in Soldotna. So hopefully you'll find some sandwiches over there and a couple of different salads. There's soft drinks and juices and water over there and coffee. on the Kenai Peninsula, only it's for the entire state. I was fortunate that when I first came on board at KPEDD is when they were drafting the last SEDS. So I had my hands in on that one. And now with the next one that's due by this coming September, KPEDD has played an active role. And one of the things that I talked to Nolan Clouda, who is basically leading the charge for the state, was I wanted to make sure that he had an opportunity to meet with this group and for you all to be able to interact. Because the SEDS for the state isn't worth anything if we can't see ourselves in it. So we want to make sure that when we look at the SEDS, that we see ourselves in it. Nolan Clouda, the gentleman I'm going to introduce next, actually is in charge of the Center for Economic Development up at the University of Alaska, and we work very, very closely with him. In fact, I know a variety of you use our website and you use some of our different data points and some of our graphs and things. He's the brains behind all that. He makes sure that those all happen and that we get updated information for that. So while you're eating, and please, there's plenty of food. So if you want seconds or thirds, and I did tell my little friend here earlier, there will be cookies in the afternoon. So just so that you save a little bit of room for cookies. So Nolan, come on up here. Tim, thank you.
All right. Well, thanks for the intro, Tim. I had really long hair for quite a while during the pandemic, and Tim, I spent a lot of time with Tim, at least on Zoom and in virtual meetings and stuff like that, and he was always razzing me about the long hair, and so I finally got it cut so that I could be presentable in front of one of the groups that he put together. Always good to work with KPEDD and with this organization and with the Kenai Peninsula. Our center actually helped put together the Kenai Peninsula SEDS as well with Tim and Cassidy and their crew. The current effort we're talking about here is the statewide comprehensive economic development strategy. Now a lot of you probably are already at least a little bit familiar with what a SEDS is. It's a strategic plan for economic development, done usually at the local or regional level, updated every 5 years, or updated annually, but fully updated every 5 years more intensively. And it's required by the Economic Development Administration for receiving certain kinds of federal money, but it's also a very useful and important strategic document for how you want to grow your economy. Shirley Kelly, I think you heard from earlier, these documents are done to a certain type of standards that EDA sets out. Now, if we have a Kenai Peninsula SEDS though already, and one that I think is very well done, what's the purpose of having a statewide SEDS as well? And the reason is that there's a lot of connections that need to be made, and there are a lot of problems that make sense to solve at a state level that can't be fully worked on at a regional level. You have industries that cross between more than one region of Alaska, or statewide. You have infrastructure needs like broadband that are not isolated to one region. You also have parts of the state that don't actually have a SEDS in like the Mat-Su Valley, the North Slope, and a few other places. And so the statewide SEDS helps them with project eligibility too for certain kinds of funding. But we really like to think about the statewide SEDS in these terms, that it's really a bottom-up process, that a statewide document is really something that builds off of and supports and expands upon what regional SEDS are doing. So we actually build the statewide SEDS in part by closely analyzing and studying all the regional SEDS that are there, looking for common threads, and then those feed into the statewide SEDS. That's one of the ways that we build the SEDS. We actually have this big beast of a document that has about 750 lines, and it's every single SEDS document in the whole state, and we've used that to look for common trends. And in addition to that, we actually do these public forums and a lot of other outreach as well. So one piece of the urgency with doing statewide SEDS and the need to do it, I think this image is probably a little bit tough to read right now, but Alaska's economic performance, since about 2015, has been fairly weak. You know, we were in a recession for a lot of that time, 2015 to 2018 or 2019, while the U.S. economy overall was growing. You know, while we were seeing, you know, pretty strong job growth nationally. And of course, we all got hit by COVID-19 the same way at the same time, you know, everywhere. But then the recovery in Alaska since COVID-19 has been a little bit more fleeting than it has been nationally. And so Alaska's economic situation is a bit weak, you know, compared to the nation as a whole. We have, you know, fairly low unemployment rate now, but our unemployment rate is among the top 3 or 4 highest of all the states in the country. And so Alaska needs, we have a need to kind of re-envision where we are and where we're going. You know, with that, you see the out-migration trend, about 9 consecutive years where Alaska has had more people move away than come to Alaska. The Kenai Peninsula is actually a little better than the state as a whole on out-migration. A lot more people have been moving to the Kenai Peninsula, but it's also been negative quite a bit in the last few years too. So the SEDS process, where we are now with the SEDS process, and this is still very much a product that's in development. And I want to mention as well, I don't have a huge amount of time here, but I do want to hear from this group questions, comments, concerns as we talk about some of the material that's in the SEDS so far. But we're dividing our thinking on the SEDS. You know, we're developing a fully fleshed out plan that's divided into these 6 broad groups, these 6 goal areas, and they are to strengthen Alaska's economic engines. These are our established industries that are responsible for most of the jobs in the state, kind of directly or indirectly, and that's stuff like oil and gas, that's seafood, that's mining, it's tourism, as well as forestry, air cargo. I think are all the major ones that we count in that category. And then we have our emerging sectors, which includes the industries that are maybe currently small, but that have a lot of growth potential, that make a lot of sense in Alaska. And this is where we think about things like mariculture, aerospace, maritime industrial services, and agriculture, actually, we put there as well, and a few other things that I'll talk about in a moment. Support for businesses and entrepreneurship, you know, regardless of industry, like what's the environment like, the business climate like, that's both friendly to small businesses and to starting new businesses. You know, I think that starting of new businesses is something that's very important in its own right, as far as job creation goes and the economic vitality of a place. The economic foundations, what we call economic foundations, this is our category that includes infrastructure, you know, upon which a lot of economic development depends. Also includes factors that relate to the cost of living, the cost of doing business, the quality of life in a place. You know, that there's a lot of thinking here that's oriented around the infrastructure bill, you know, that's going to be bringing a lot of money to Alaska to spend in various ways that will improve our economy. And then developing workforce and human capital. I think everybody knows at this point and has been hearing about it, you know, till they're blue in the face, that we have a worker shortage and a problem getting workers for just about any job that's recruiting right now. And that's posed a very serious challenge. And then to build a resilient economy. How do we actually insulate ourselves or prepare for negative events and shocks in our economy that we know are inevitable to some degree, but that we've learned a lot of lessons from, I think, in the last couple of years especially. So for strengthening Alaska's economic engines, these are some of the themes that we've developed so far, and we've got some kind of preliminary drafted you know, objectives and strategies that fit under each of these. Stable and predictable permitting structure for oil and gas and for natural resource development is of course a top priority. The development of Alaska's natural gas, you know, both for in-state use and for export, you know, to build more economic opportunity for the state. The low emissions uses for existing natural resources. There's some innovative stuff going on with the potential to, you know, use natural gas to produce hydrogen fuel, for example. The infrastructure to access stranded resources. This is where we talk about things like the Ambler Mining District or the West Susitna Access Project, the you know, building of infrastructure to enable some kind of resource development to happen. And then to expand and sustain the defense sector in Alaska, both, you know, Army, Air Force, but also our Coast Guard too. You know, that we're in a you know, that Alaska's position in the globe is really important, and only becoming more so as we think about Russia. A couple of other things: air cargo opportunities, mainly around Anchorage International Airport. the seafood industry, maximizing value for the seafood industry, more value-added processing, and also more development of products out of the waste materials, the fish waste that can be used to produce things like fertilizers and others. Visitor destination, there's a lot of opportunity around developing some of the underdeveloped niches like cultural tourism. I've talked to a lot of tribes around the state that are interested in developing cultural tourism types of opportunities, but also off-season winter tourism as well, and the need for some marketing to go along with that, and the need for some assets to go along with that too. One of the items that's in the Kenai Peninsula SEDS that's also, I think, going to be reflected in this SEDS is the long trail concept, the trail from Seward to Fairbanks, right? That could be a big international draw, like Alaska's version of the Appalachian Trail or something like that. And forest products industry, of course, Southeast Alaska is usually talked about as the forestry place, but driving down, certainly notice a lot of beetle kill spruce, and a lot of those can be used, for log cabins and for firewood, biomass, or other things, right? Another one of the projects that I think is an interesting pilot in this is the potential to use. This is something that's being studied right now at UAF and in conjunction with the national labs, is the potential for using North Slope natural gas to produce ammonia, which can then be transported down the pipeline, and then ammonia can be converted into hydrogen fuel. So then that can be used. There's a lot of federal investments going into developing hydrogen fuel for transportation and other uses. So the hydrogen, could become a marketable, product, and could be developed here in Alaska. And then this would be a very low emissions kind of alternative use of an existing natural resource that we already have in abundance. Obviously there's natural gas in Cook Inlet as well. Emerging sectors, these are promising industries. The ones that we're thinking about right now include mariculture, both the farming of shellfish and of aquatic plants and kelp especially. There's a lot of kind of research effort going into that. A lot of potential for development of products out of kelp. Both ranging from food products. There is an existing food market for kelp, but also the potential for fertilizer. For animal feed, for nutraceuticals, nutritional supplements. There's a lot of potential uses of kelp. There's also the potential for an in-state aerospace sector. Alaska's done a lot of groundbreaking research in unmanned aircraft. There's a lot of likely potential in the future around electric aircraft, as a more efficient for short distances in a lot of cases. A lot of research being done there. We also have space launches in Kodiak and even in the Fairbanks area. And so there's a lot of opportunities around these kinds of things. The maritime industrial sector, of course, I know this is, of course, a big thing in Seward and in Homer, the repair and maintenance of boats and ships, and a lot of expansion possibility. A lot of good jobs as well, but jobs that need a lot of skilled people. The manufacturing sector more generally, and I know you heard from Alyssa Rodriguez, a good friend of mine earlier today. Critical minerals processing, I'll say a little bit more about that in a moment. And then opportunities for remote workers. The idea that you can, that if you have, your local population can get jobs remotely, that would prevent them from having to leave. This is something that comes with the build out of more broadband, right? Is if more communities have acceptable speeds and costs for broadband, then remote working possibilities become a lot more enticing. You can also think about attracting remote workers to Alaska, as well as training your local workforce for remote opportunities. And then Alaska is a center for energy innovation too. There's Alaska, again, a lot of path-breaking research on renewable systems for especially in microgrids. Up in Fairbanks, they're likely to get the first micro reactor in the country of a small-scale nuclear reactor, actually, on Eielson Air Force Base. So that's something as well. We have the kelp farming opportunity is, of course, what I mentioned earlier. Also, I mentioned the critical minerals processing one too. The idea of minerals that are necessary for U.S. industry, that we have in abundance in Alaska, but also that need to be processed in a certain way. And so there's a pilot project going to process critical minerals that are from overseas, but from allied nations into usable products. And then Alaska critical minerals can be fed into that as well. The business climate. So some of the things that we're thinking about as far as the business climate and entrepreneurship go, increase in digital competencies for businesses and entrepreneurs, going again hand in hand with the development of broadband, is also the possibility of helping entrepreneurs use the new internet access to generate employment, where they live. And so this is especially, this is something that's relevant statewide, but I also think about a lot of the villages that I've been to over the years or that I've worked with. And what about the people who are local artists, who want to sell their artwork? If there are lots of ways you can do that online through e-commerce, through Etsy or Shopify or various other ways, but you need a good internet connection in order to do that. So a lot of the training pieces that go with that, a lot of also online marketing, a lot of the use of social media for establishing new sales channels or the development of apps and things like that are all things that I think can be done a lot more feasibly, when those broadband speeds are improved, thanks to federal infrastructure funding. The number of investable startups, the high growth potential types of companies, there's a lot of effort around angel investors or early stage risk capital investors to help businesses grow, especially those that are more technical in nature. The ensuring adequate access to capital. I know the Kenai Peninsula has, for instance, a loan fund, but there have been efforts to, there's the Small Business Development Center working on an initiative to help with business capital for businesses that are, have kind of bad balance sheets after the pandemic. Generally a supportive business environment, having a lot to do with regulations that are more supportive of business and promoting Alaska's advantages as a place to do business as well. Building and updating economic foundations. So already mentioned broadband a few times, but the actual development of broadband that's affordable and acceptable speeds, and accessible to places. This is a really key thing, and I think that will be really transformational around the state. And so something that I'm really excited to see for a lot of our communities. Something that's been increasingly recognized as an economic issue is the access to childcare as well. The state chamber and other business groups have actually started to highlight this, the fact that a lot of people stay home, to take care of kids when they would like to work because childcare is either hard to get. I actually, and my wife and I actually were on a list for one child care center for about 2 years, which to give you one example, child care is very difficult to access in a lot of cases, and that does have a lot of ripple effects in our economy. The preservation of the marine highway system and the bypass mail system, of course, are very important to key parts of Alaska. The supply of housing, I think that everywhere in Alaska has had some version of a housing crunch, a housing shortage, some say, a housing crisis. And this has been a major problem for a long time, but I think it got really intense during the pandemic and ever since then, that the prices got high, and yet we don't have a lot of construction happening, at the state level. The Kenai Peninsula has actually been better for housing than a lot of the state. At one point, I think this is still true, that the average house in the Kenai Peninsula is about $100,000 less than the average Anchorage house, for instance. At that, just as one example, that's about the math, if I'm recalling correctly. But there's a lot that we need to do to incentivize new housing, and so I think that we need to look at solutions there. That there are a few that are being talked about related to property tax exemptions for new housing, ways to spur multifamily in some cases where communities are looking for that. Reducing the cost of energy as well, and some of the solutions with this, energy efficiency is one. It's not all about the super high-tech stuff, but about energy efficiency both for residential structures, which has been done a lot in Alaska, and there's still a lot more to do. But what hasn't been done as much as commercial buildings and industrial buildings to make them more energy efficient, have good financing programs for that. Federal infrastructure bill does have some funding to establish I think for both grants and for revolving loan funds to help with commercial energy efficiency as well. And then of course improving road access in Alaska, another important point. So workforce and human capital is an area where we still have a lot of work to do. This is something where the SEDS process has still got some time ahead of it, and workforce development is something that we're digging into in a big way now, and we have a lot more that's going to need to be added to this. But we have obviously, this is a huge issue. Every employer that I know of is talking about this. The KPDI presentation earlier I thought was great, talking about commercial driver's licenses. I think I've seen so much about how in short supply commercial driver's licenses are, and with the infrastructure money, that's going to be one of the most in-demand types of certifications. Commercial drivers, every construction site, every type of everybody needs that type of work. A lot of material is going to have to be hauled around. A lot of large vehicles that you don't want people like me driving are going to be on the road, right? So preparing Alaskans for job opportunities created by that infrastructure money is something that we've identified first and foremost. That'll probably create a few thousand jobs in Alaska. And if we don't have enough bodies for all the jobs that we have currently, that's going to really put a lot of stress on it. And that money is going to be spent everywhere in the country at the same time. So we can't necessarily think that we can just pull people up to Alaska to fill those jobs very easily, because people are going to be able to make Davis-Bacon wages in their own home state, and they're not going to have to come to Alaska for work. And that's something that's going to put a big squeeze on things. The workforce development plans centered around the key industries as well. Some of these exist, some need to be done still. Opportunities for employment in low and no emission energy technologies. There are a lot of jobs out there that are, I think about diesel technicians. That's a really good high paying job right now. Probably will be for a little while, but in 20 years, will it be? When there's more electric vehicles or hydrogen fueled vehicles, there's a need to help transition some of the workforce into the new technologies for transportation that are happening. I think diesel will probably be a good career field for a little while still, but looking further down the road, we have to think about some of those transitions and how our technology is changing and how our workforce will have to change with that. And so there's going to have to be a lot more to come here as well, but I think that there's some great assets in the state that we have. Probably the need for some more coordination and more forecasting of specific occupations, I think, for those that are in demand and that are likely to be in demand in the years ahead. And this graph is washing out again a bit, but something that I like to point out to folks is that our workforce participation, the share of the population that is either working or looking actively for a job in Alaska right now is actually higher than it was right before the pandemic. So even in this time when workforce has been especially squeezed, we don't actually have that many people who are looking for work or who are sitting out of the job market, not working or not looking for work right now. That's something that probably there were times during the pandemic when a lot of people sat out of the job market, and that is currently not as much the case. So it tells us that we have to make good use of the people that we have as far as training goes, and also that we probably don't have enough bodies in the state to fill all the jobs that need to be filled. I think that thinking about stemming some of that out-migration is probably pretty important. Last piece here is the resiliency of the state economy. I think thinking about what sort of planning we can do to prepare for disasters. A lot of businesses need this kind of support. This is an important part of the EDA's SEDS process, and also thinking about proactively about what some of the hazards are that could cause job loss events, and also what we can do. When the pandemic hit, we kind of improvised a lot of our solutions. The economic development community, we did folks like Tim did really excellent work to get relief funding to businesses, to advertise what they could do to help, what they could do to access help. But we were all sort of improvising these types of things and figuring it out as we went along, when some proactive planning probably could have helped with making it a little bit easier when disaster struck. So the SEDS process is April and May is really been our intensive kind of outreach around the state. I was in Fairbanks this week, and I'm hosting the Northwest Arctic Borough tomorrow, and did an Anchorage Chamber. So we're going around the state and talking to a lot of folks April and May. We're trying to have the document ready for public comment in July. There's a minimum of a 30-day public comment. Goes out, anybody can read it and comment on it, tell us what we got right, what we got wrong, what we're missing, and then we can incorporate those comments into the final version, and then it goes to then it becomes an official document when EDA accepts it, and that'll be in the fall sometime. And I think September 30th actually, even though it says August here. So this is the public, a little bit about the public process. We do have there's a strategy committee that meets that helps to oversee the process of developing the SEDS. There's community forums like this that all the information we took from the regional plans, a lot of background research on what's going on with the state economy as well. So that's it for the presentation. This QR code takes you to a survey. We do have a survey for businesses and for nonprofits or stakeholders that you can take, and asks a little bit about, you know, what your thoughts are on the state, the economy. Is it in a good place, bad place? Are you optimistic about the future? And then there's also some blank, kind of some open-ended questions where you can talk about, like, what do you think are the important things that the state economy needs to develop, or that we should be doing for the state economy. So you can take a look at all that. Love to have feedback from as broad a group as possible. But otherwise, I think maybe we have a few minutes for questions. If anybody has any? Yeah.
Curious how you address the limiting factor. Talk about housing, talk about development, and the limiting factor historically has been federal government. 2% of Alaska is privately owned, so I know we only have 700,000+. So that's quite a few acres. When we talk about that, then I want to build something. Now I have to go through all the processes later. What do you do to streamline any or all that?
Right.
Because those are the limiting factors that are hindering most everything we're talking about.
Right. Yeah, it's certainly true. You know, permitting is largely a federal issue, right? It's something that needs to be addressed at the federal level and through federal legislation. Yeah, it's a key thing. I think that there are some specific points of emphasis that stand to let us make the most progress on some of those barriers. You know, one is that there's been the one agency, you know, principle in federal permitting that hasn't been fully implemented. But instead of having many different agencies that you all have to please on every project, to have one agency be responsible for the overall permitting and for the authority. And so pushing for the full implementation of that is something for example, or federal recognition of some of the provisions of ANILCA that allow for resource development on certain federal lands. Some of those kinds of things. I should mention, if I didn't earlier, that, you know, this plan is under the Department of Commerce, Community and Economic Development. Our center is working under them, and also with the governor's office too. And I think that the governor's office has a pretty, you know, aggressive strategy on federal issues that is going to be reflected in this plan as well.
Another concern regarding that historically, have a little bit reflected, but I understand we need to grow, but we also need to maintain. And boy, that stabilization, as an example, 35 years now, a lot. That was in part to Kenai, a year as one example. And so, what's the prioritization of maintaining that which we have versus expanding?
Yeah, I mean, I think the effort, it has to be both. I mean, it has to be both, right? I mean, it absolutely has to be both. You can't neglect your infrastructure, but we also have gaps that need to be filled with new infrastructure, right? So it really needs to be both. And I think that where that gets to be an especially tricky issue is that we can get federal money to build things, but it's up to the local community or the local owner to maintain it. And that means that we have to prepare for new costs with the new infrastructure. And I think that right now, it's easy not to think about that because we're excited. Oh yeah, we can build all these things. We can build all, you know, but there has to be maintenance and operation. So it's exactly right. I don't have a magical solution to that, but I do think things like the bluff stabilization for Kenai, you know, the infrastructure bill does have a lot of funding in it for river and shore stabilization type of effort. I'm sure that, you know, folks are looking carefully at that. That I know is going to be pretty key for a lot of communities.
I was also going to say on the bluff erosion piece, there's more than just monies in the infrastructure bill that have to take care of something like that. With most programs, with the federal government, there's a match that's involved. So we've been working with Paul Ostrander, the city manager, and the mayor with finding that match so that it all doesn't have to come out of the community. So we've been working with some of our partners like the Denali Commission to try and assist with that. So that again is one of the reasons why, sometimes you don't know what KPED's up to. I know periodically I'll walk into Tim's office over at the bank and he's like, what are you guys up to? And you read about a lot of the stuff we're involved with in the newspaper, but that's probably like 15, 20% at the most of what we've got our hands in on. A lot of the other stuff has to be behind the scenes. But the bluff erosion problem is at the top of a variety of people's lists. And I know Senator Murkowski and Senator Sullivan were very, very helpful in trying to make sure that we were going to be able to move that forward. And I'm not going to argue with that. I get it. I get it. So any other questions for Nolan? From what I hear, the commissioner is trying to get online to say hello to everybody. So any other questions for Nolan as he wraps up? And he'll be around for a while, so please make sure you grab him because we want to be able to see ourselves in that plan, okay? And we'll have opportunities for people to go ahead and comment on things and make sure that they're being addressed. So thank you, Nolan. You're sticking around for a little bit, right?
I'll be here for a little bit, yeah.
We've been going back and forth with the commissioner's office because she's down in Juneau. Yep. Hello, Commissioner Sandy. Tim Dillon here. Can you hear us? Probably not. You're on mute right now, Julie. Do we have to take her off of mute? Julie, can you take your, you can hear me, right? Can you take yourself off of mute? All right, thank you. I think she's doing it back there. Julie, can you take yourself, you can hear me, right? Can you take yourself off of mute? All right, thank you. Okay, Julie, can you hear me now? We can't hear you.
I can hear you. Just 1 second. But we don't really necessarily.
Try. Can you hear us now?
Yeah, I can hear you now, Julie. It's real light, but I'm starting to hear you.
Great, thank you.
Excellent. Well, Julie, Commissioner Sandy, thank you so much for joining us today. We've had, since 9 o'clock this morning, somewhere between 45 and 65 folks from the Kenai Peninsula, hearing a variety of different presentations and everything from the Navigator program and excellent. Well, Julie, Commissioner Sandy, thank you so much for joining us today. We've had Since 9 o'clock this morning, somewhere between 45 and 65 folks from the Kenai Peninsula, hearing a variety of different presentations and the Navigator program. And Shirley Kelly from EDA and a variety of others. So we just wanted to give you an opportunity to say hello to everybody and be able to kind of give everybody a thumbnail of what's going on down in Juneau and around the state from an economic standpoint.
So, Tim, I'm so sorry. We've got a couple of different technical things going on right now, and so the YouTube videos. So we just wanted to give you an opportunity to say hello to everybody and be able to Tim, if you can just, I'm going to sign off of everything and I'm going to sign back on, and I apologize for the technical difficulties we're having.
Okay, when you sign back in, just sign in on Zoom. Do not sign in on YouTube.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. Sorry, everybody. Yeah, right. Normally, we would have our 18-year-old Abby Dial here with us, taking care of all our technology kinds of things, but she's actually in school down in Idaho right now, and we can't get her to do this kind. She does a lot of our other things long distance, but this is not one of them that she can do right now. Cassidy, do I have to do anything when she comes back in? Okay. And tell jokes?
I'm so sorry. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Oh, great. I apologize to everyone. I never try to pretend that I am good at the digital anything, but I have the YouTube channel playing at the same time. And I just couldn't get a hand on the relay, so thank you. And I apologize too for not being there in person. I know Tim has done such a great job of making sure that he reached out and invited me early on, and I had every intention of being there. But I started as the commissioner designee the very first day of session, and I don't have a background in politics or anything related to the legislature. And what I have come to realize quickly is that things are pretty fluid this time of year, especially as we are closing out the session. So my apologies, and I will be there shortly. That I have several things I'm really excited about coming, which is every time I have an opportunity to check out second favorite place in Alaska. So I hope to see and meet many of you soon. For those of you who I haven't had a chance to meet yet, though, my name is Julie Sandy, and I'm the Commissioner Designee for the Department of Commerce. And I've only been in the job for about 90 days now. I can tell you that it's been a little bit like drinking from a fire hose, and but it's so interesting, and I'm even more proud to say that I was born and raised from Alaska, in Alaska, after having spent some time really getting a better understanding of what folks are doing for Alaska and for Alaskans. But just a little bit about myself. I was born and raised in Southeast and in logging camps primarily. I moved to Ketchikan, which was like a big city to me. Then when I was in middle school, but before that, I had a very rural upbringing, which I am really grateful for now. I think it's grounded me in lots of ways. And my claim to fame is I was the 4th of July queen when I was about 4 or 5 years old at the logging show there. And I have really special memories of growing up in rural Alaska. And then I worked at the Pioneer Home for more than 20 years. So my professional background is primarily in healthcare, but also I just have a really special place in my heart for the elders and the seniors in our community. And I always consider it, I'm lucky enough to have been raised by 2 really wonderful parents, and but spent so much time with the elders as I was growing up that I kind of feel like they helped raise me too. So I'm pretty quirky, and some of the things I do is pretty old-fashioned, considering how many of those old souls helped teach me. I always joke that one of the elders taught me to cheat at checkers, and another one made sure that I understood you're not a lady unless you're wearing heels and lipstick. So but more than that, I very much appreciated all of the ways in which the elders helped me understand what it took, the hard work and the visionary qualities of folks who were especially starting businesses in Alaska long before there were industry standards or an understanding. I feel like, when you're a visionary, it's pretty tough when the people around you may not even believe in what you're doing. And so, I'm really grateful for the way I was raised by those folks. And then when I went on to graduate school at USC, I got also a better understanding. I didn't have a full appreciation being raised in Alaska, how special it is when you can say, when we have issues, that your congressman or your legislators. And so I love that part of Alaska too, where we have a real expectation that the people that represent us are folks that we can reach out to. And when I went outside to go to college, I got a better handle on that and appreciation for that, I guess. But so in terms of, so that's just my background. But and I also, in addition to working at the Pioneer Homes and running the Pioneer Home in Ketchikan for all of those years, I also own several small businesses that provide services in the region and throughout the state. So that has given me a great sort of appreciation of the difference between the two, both from the public sector and the private sector. I'm very grateful that our governor has an understanding of how we can improve on having less restrictions or less regulations, that small businesses just really need relief, and trying to find ways that we can do business faster and better and smarter if there are things that are sort of standing in the way of that. So that's my background, and now I'm here at Commerce, which I had no real appreciation until I took this position, and I know Tim has heard me say this before, but I had no idea how large the department is in terms of how many Alaskans and how many lives and how many folks are impacted by the work of the people here in the Department of Commerce. So for those of you that don't know, like I didn't know, it's 6 different divisions and 8 different corporate agencies that are sort of under the umbrella of our department. So from everything from banking and regulations and in that, and licensing and regional affairs. We also have insurance, but the corporate agencies are also things like ADA and AEA and many others. And I was able to serve on the ADA and the Alaska Energy Authority boards before I came to this position. And I think that gave me a much better understanding of some of the larger infrastructure projects and energy projects in Alaska and some of the needs in our state in that regard. So so that's sort of my background and also the department. But after COVID, I really come to understand how folks have been so challenged. I know that in our businesses, we certainly experience challenges. And really, I'm looking at this as a time to really, for Alaska to recover. And I'm excited about some of the things that, that we're able to do under commerce. And I'm really excited just to roll up my sleeves and work alongside both the folks here and the team. And I'm so impressed with how hard everybody works and has been working for Alaskans, but also just working with all the folks in the communities to hear about, you know, ways in which we can partner or help or where there are needs. So I'm hoping you'll see me out in the community and I'll be able to reach out to you guys. But some of the really great stuff I wanted to highlight coming out of the department, most recently anyway, and I should say so much of this work was done long before I came along, and so I just want to make sure I'm not taking credit for a lot of this. It was either from my predecessor, Commissioner Anderson, and also from our team. We have just a remarkable team here. But so one of the first programs I wanted to highlight was that a $20 million pot of money that we partnered with the Alaska Community Foundation on. And what I really love about that coming from the private sector is, you know, there was an understanding both from Commissioner Crum and Commissioner Anderson at the time that that there really wasn't capacity within the departments at that time to try to get some of that COVID money out as quickly as they could to the communities. And so they partnered with the Alaska Community Foundation, and that $20 million was given out to the nonprofits in the communities. And I was so impressed, you know, having a chance to come in on the tail end to look to see how quickly they were able to help us get that money out to the nonprofits in the communities, and how thorough they were in the vetting process. So that's one thing I wanted to just highlight. But the next is the Alaska ARPA program. So this is the $90 million that was allocated, and it was intended to provide relief for tourism programs or businesses. And that was one of the priorities when I first started, because I understood, you know, we had a lot of that money that was still sitting there, and the hope was to try to get it out the door as quickly as possible. So that was one of the very first priorities that I had when I started in this position. So that round 2 funding, there's still time now to apply, because we recently just extended the deadline until April 30th at 5 p.m. is the deadline for that money. And the change in that was, it was a 50% loss in gross annual revenue, and we've changed that to a 30% loss. So again, if you can, if you have questions about that, you can go to our website, and I know that Tim can help probably point you in the right direction for that as well. Another program I wanted to hit on today was the local government revenue loss program. So that is $50 million that's already been, we were able to get that out the door. And that was, what I loved about that when I came on board was really just seeing how thorough people were, and also how well the legislators represented the needs of the communities, and making sure that the communities that lost the most revenue due to COVID and due to the loss of tourism were able to really have that money allocated based on 75% loss. And I believe for your guys' region, it was $5.3 million for the Kenai Peninsula. And so I was really excited about that. The other things that I wanted to put on for you guys today, though, was, it was $5.3 million. So we also have the Alaska Seafood Processing Pandemic Relief Program that went out. And that funding I was happy about, just because it was one of those unintended consequences, I think, for the folks, for seafood processors that were really trying to do the right thing and remain open, and vital to our community. But unfortunately, because they stayed open, they weren't necessarily able to qualify for some of the relief programs. And so this was something that felt really good for me to be able to announce and present. I think it was a couple of weeks ago now, and that funding is going to be used. $30.7 million is allocated, and most of that is going to go to the processors themselves that have very little overhead on that program. So I was really excited about that. And those applications are also due by May 5th. And again, all of this is information that can be found on our website. And then the other things that I wanted to touch base with on today was, so emerging industry is something that we're really excited about. And the governor, of course, is a champion of emerging industry. I love that. I have a small mariculture business. I'm trying not to make any jokes about it anymore, but, happily losing money for many, many years at our little oyster farm in Southeast Alaska. But for me, it's really nice to see, I can remember 10 years ago or more when folks would come to the Capitol and try to talk about the opportunities related to mariculture. I always felt a little bit like those poor folks were talking about voodoo or something. They could hardly get a meeting scheduled. It didn't feel like very many people believed in the industry. And so now to come here in this position and just see how many people are openly talking about the optimism they have, how they recognize that, mariculture really is an emerging industry, and all the ways in which we could potentially support that is exciting. And I really appreciate it just from having my own little personal background with it. But another area that we're really looking forward to is broadband. So we are going to stand up the Office of Broadband in our Department of Commerce. And the reason I love that is, growing up as a rural camp kid, I know how isolated living out in rural Alaska can feel. It's a very special lifestyle, and one that I think makes Alaska truly unique. But at the same time, it's so nice to think that there are ways in which we can link rural Alaska. There's, obviously health related benefits to that, and being able to have more access to healthcare, but also just, right now we know we have a real workforce challenge. And, when I think about the talented and bright folks out in rural Alaska who may have opportunities or would like to have more opportunities without moving into town, they could really help our economy move forward and move out of sort of this deficit right now we have in terms of workforce. So I'm really looking forward to Commerce having the Office of Broadband, and we're hoping to have that office stood up with at least the first 3 hires of the team anyway by the end of June. So I'm hoping you'll hear more about that. But I also wanted to thank Nolan Prada and his team at the University of Alaska and the Centers for Economic Development. I think that the strategy piece of how we're going to move Alaska's economy forward is so important, and Nolan and his team have been doing a wonderful job making sure that we're able to assemble that team and get feedback from both the local communities and also regional feedback, and also making sure that all the industries that should be represented are. So I'm really looking forward to some of that strategy as that team assembles and does more work and provides us more feedback. And I'm looking at that as really the roadmap as we move forward. I also just wanted to thank Tim and the arters and the folks on his team. Tim's done a really great job of reaching out to me when I started as the brand new commissioner, and most recently saw him, and he was able to introduce me with some folks at the infrastructure symposium. So, in all the ways in which the folks in your region are helping and being visible and active in the planning on a state level, I think Kenai, that your guys' borough has so much going for you, and I'm really looking forward to getting out there and making some connections and hearing more about what everyone's doing out there. So I apologize again for not being able to join you in person, but I will see you soon. Thanks so much, you guys. Bye.
Maybe not. So anyway, Julia said it's just awesome to work with, and she talked about that little operation. Robert Venables, who has my role down in Southeast, has done an amazing job with kind of leading the way. It's the 4 economic development districts in the state, plus the Alaska Mariculture Association. So more to come on that, but we've been working on a lot of things behind the scenes with that. But as I said, if you ever get to Ketchikan, Hump Island is it's an amazing place. We learned an awful lot about flupsies and all sorts of other things that I had no clue about. Our next speaker, most of you that know me know that I spent some time over in Soldovia, and I remember this young man when he was a little bit younger and not involved in quite so many different things. And when I started looking and talking to people about some speakers, and I wanted a younger person that had started a business and was doing well with it. And Willow Hedrick mentioned it to me, Jeff Hedrick, just a variety of different people all said, well, you have to meet Stephen Payton. And I said, I actually know Stephen. And what has he got going on? So I'm real excited to introduce Stephen and Harmony Payton to talk a little bit about Soldovia Submersible. Come on up, Stephen. Can you come up
Good. All right. My name is Stephen Payton. I'm the owner of to try and help people out with aquatic projects and tasks. So a little bit about me, I guess I'll do that. I'll probably be introduced by in multiple hats. I'm the environmental coordinator for Chugach Regional Resources Commission, and I'm the environmental assistant for the Soldovia Village Tribe until tomorrow. And I'm on the board for the Soldovia Oil Spill Response Team. So I have this kind of tribal environmental background, and that's how I came to this business idea. So I guess I'm jumping right into it. Here, this is a bunch of the different applications they can be used for. So one of the main ones that I want to focus on is mariculture, because it is such a growing business in Alaska right now. And so then there's ocean science, underwater engineering, checking out docks and pilings, anything like that. Tourism was actually one of the big ones that came to mind when I started doing this, just because of Soldovia is so highly based off of tourism. Even on. Then there's search and rescue. And salvage has been another big one that came up. So the ROV that I got is just like that. It's got a robotic arm, and then that hook that the arm is holding on to. Let's see if I can use the you can attach that onto something, and then it'll detach, and you can have it attached to a rope tied onto that for collecting whatever you'd like. One of the things that I've been doing recently is talking to somebody who specifically works on like airplane salvage, and trying to get involved with some folks who do that. So this is just, I could probably sound more like somebody who's trying to sell one of these things to you because they're so cool. They're super easy to pilot. They're a ton of fun. This model that I got is their newest one. And this is just some of the tools that they're compatible with. And so on the end here, you have like inspection and measurement tools. So, there's 2D sonar, some measuring equipment, navigation and mapping. One of the things that I'm really excited about with this is that device there they call QPS. It's like GPS, but for underwater. So these things, it's just like a drone. It's an underwater drone. And so one of the cool things about drones, everybody using them for mapping currently, and a lot of that going on. So with this, just like you would set up a flight plan with a drone, you can set up a route for this to drive around and take imagery. And so you can map a harbor or whatever area you're looking at underwater. And then of course you have like the robotic arm. They call this one the mort grabber. They use these a lot in aquaculture for cleaning dead fish out of nets and things like that. And then this one they just developed is actually a little saw, whatever you want to do with that. And then this is really cool. What I really love about this new model is that it actually has a ton of water quality tools. So you have like a DO sensor, pH and things like that. This is like a water sampling tool. So you could go down to a certain area, a certain depth and take draw on some water. And then this is for sampling mud. So, there's just a ton of different things that you could do with these. So for tourism, the thing is, so it's like a drone, you can fly it around and see whatever, but you get to do it underwater. So a ton of people come to Seldovia and they're only there for like a couple hours maybe, or for the day. So what I could do is take somebody, they could tour town. You could go tide pooling if you have enough time and you're there at the right time of day. But with this, I could take somebody down to the harbor or just down to the beach, throw it in the water, and they could see a side of Catchmack Bay, Seldovia Bay that you'd never get to see unless you were a diver. And really neat thing is these actually have VR goggles, and it has a setting where you put those goggles on, and wherever you look, the ROV looks, and so it makes piloting super easy. And so a tourist coming in for a little while could easily spend a bunch of time looking for whatever they want to look for. But the thing about these is I brought it. I should have grabbed it before I started this. Is ours fits. I fit all my equipment right in the backpack. So I hop on a boat, bush plane, whatever, go anywhere to do whatever project. And yeah. So this one, this new one, it has an SD card built into it, it's in it. So I could easily take it out, put that on a computer. Another cool thing is, so it's got a controller just like a drone has. You put your phone on there, you can actually live stream your video if you wanted to. And so you could share it that way. I usually save it directly onto my phone a lot. And that way I could share it with other people quickly. One of the cool things, so I had this business idea and I've been talking about it. My brother lives in Juneau. He came up to visit and I told him all about it. And when he left, he sent me a text and he says, "Hey, you're going to get something in the mail." And he emailed me the receipt first and he was like, I loved your business idea. I bought you an ROV. And so I was like, well, now I got to follow through with this. And so I went, I got it. It's, like I said, they're a ton of fun. I started taking it out, getting used to piloting it a lot. And so I take my kids down to the ferry dock in Seldovia. And when they're fishing, I go down and I check out, I could actually follow their teeny tiny little hook down and watch for fish to come up. And there's like black bass and pogies and all sorts of stuff down there. And one day we went down and there were some guys working on the ferry dock. There's a NOAA tide station there. And they were all scrambling around doing something. And my kids went out and I was like, hey, they're not going to be in your way if there's fish right here, are they? And the guys were like, no, we're just doing this and that. And so they told me a little bit, that they were trying to fix the tide station. They got a contract to work on them for NOAA. And they're like, man, we just hung up and we can't figure out what's going on. Like, we wish we had an ROV right now. It's like, I happen to have one in my car. And they were like, no way. And I was like, yeah. So I went and got it. And I went down and I took like 15 minutes of video for them. And, they told me what they needed me to look at and everything. And we brought it back and we just put it right on their laptop. And they were like, this is so cool. You should this should be a business. And I was like, well, that's my plan. Just a funny story. And they were like, well, what can we give you for this? And I was like, I don't know, how much is it worth to you? And I was like, how about this? I think a business license is $50 right now, whatever. How's that sound? And they were like, sounds like a deal. And they were like, well, I only have 20, so I guess you get 60. And I was like, sweet. But that was kind of like, that was the beginning of it. That's the other thing, like, pretty cost effective. I've seen other ROVs out there and they can be a little spendy. And that's another thing, like, this is so small. When I imagine an ROV, imagine something that's like on a research vessel. It probably weighs like half a ton and you got to lower it over the side with a boom, most likely, and all this stuff. But, it'll go down to 100 meters, this one that I have. It is pretty deep. There's a 200 meter model that I hope to get also. But, it just makes it more cost effective that way. And I based our price off of what a commercial drone operator costs, the ones that I could find that I've seen around, because it's such similar work. Yeah, the abilities, like I said, and they have a 4-hour dive time, so you could be down there for quite a while. I have 2, so I could be down there all day. And then, in temperatures so cold, colder than anything you'll find around here. And it's just, in that way it's simpler than hiring a diver. You could be down there all day. You don't have to worry about somebody, potentially being in danger or anything like that. So, yeah, that's interesting because, so I was actually going to get into it right here. So in working for the Seldovia Village Tribe, well, so we got one for Seldovia Village Tribe for $300, but it only goes to like, I don't know, maybe 50 feet of depth. And it's tethered to this like little Wi-Fi buoy, and that isn't attached to anything. So if your buoy gets too far away from you, it can only go like 20 or 50 feet away. So if you get too far away, the thing could just like drift off. It is a cool little cheap thing. We thought we'd try. So we had this project we wanted to do, and we wanted to monitor herring spawning habitat around Seldovia. So they come into Seldovia Lagoon in Trina Lake, and there's a personal use fishery there, but ADF&G doesn't really keep any data on it or anything. You don't have to tell anybody how much you catch or anything like that. And it's just one of those resources in Kachemak Bay and Cook Inlet that used to be so prevalent, and it's just not around anymore. So I wanted to base our study off of ADF&G protocols, which involved a diver. And I was like, well, we don't have the funding for a diver, so what's like a cheap alternative? And we're like, well, let's get an ROV, see what we can do. And so we used that. I wish I was going to put some video in here, but I was like, I've been to enough presentations, I'm not going to risk it, it never works. But now I've seen so many people do it today, I'm like, dang. But yeah, that's just like one of the possibilities. So you can get GPS coordinates, but they're not as accurate. So if you have like that, yeah, it's dead on, just like GPS, it knows exactly where you are. But just tethered, it's not super accurate. That's why, yeah, you can't do, you can't really do like some detailed mapping without that. So that was a cool one. Another one is something we've been trying to work on was working with CERC, Chugach Regional Resource Commission, and the Alluda Pride Marine Institute. And we were going to go out to the kelp farms that they have in Prince William Sound and see how we could integrate the ROVs into like monitoring the farms and just get some cool video of them, And unfortunately, that hasn't happened yet. I keep getting weathered out. Another one I want to do, and I haven't pursued yet, is working with ADF&G. So some people might know this, some might not, but if you're applying for a mariculture farm, whether it be oysters, kelp, whatever, if there's any on-bottom culture, you have to have like an inspection done, and that can cost, a couple $1,000s. And ADF&G comes and does it, I believe. But I want to see if to help save farmers some money, if instead they'd have someone like me come and do it. I could just go down, get that video really quick, and if they need, they could, send it right off to ADF&G, but really simplify and cheapen the process with people. And then I've been in contact with the oyster farmers and kelp farmers in Kachemak Bay to just to help them out too in any way that we can. I was going to take this slide out. I'm just not a fan of it. But it froze now. So yeah, it's just kind of repetitive, So other ROVs I've seen out there, they're like $4,000 a day. And they require, a big boat, things like that, like I said. And then there's divers. It's just a little more risk to having a diver there. Yeah, so that's the thing. There's a couple around there. It's kind of hard to find. There's definitely not a lot, like even in the entire state that I've been able to find. Yeah. So that's one thing, I haven't had this out in Cook Inlet. I don't know about the Cook Inlet tides. I've been out in Kachemak Bay, and it handles it pretty well. I've always tried, but I always try and time around slack tide just to make things easier. But it has a top speed of 3 or 4 knots, I think it is. It puts along pretty good, but yeah, that's something I thought of. Yeah. Yeah, definitely, definitely up for it. That's one thing. I mean, that's like, I'm willing to try it. I need to get out there to try it, I guess. They're pretty small, so I'm not sure how it will handle that current, if I would be able to help, oil and gas companies out there, but that would be amazing. Yeah. This thing's still not working. These same ideas. So that's really where I want to focus and be able to help other tribes out and go in that direction. And then kids, STEAM education. I really want to work. Right now, I'm set to work with Sylvanian Village Tribes culture camp that they do this summer, and we're going to do like a ghost fishing gear retrieval, where the kids will actually get to pilot a ROV with the arm and like go through a little obstacle course out in the bay, grab a little like green crab net that we have, hopefully, or a pot, just a little, and then like bring it back to land, and just different things like that. I'd really like to, planning on talking to the school district and. So, yeah, it's just a really cool opportunity. Kids, I mean, that's the fun thing about these ones is kids, it's just like a video game. They can my 6-year-old's done it, and there's a few minutes of running into the rocks, but like 5 to 10 minutes, and then it was.
Excuse me, the other thing while you're here is to spend some time with Marty and this facility here, because they do some training and some other things. They have a relationship with the school district, so Marty can help with that. Plus, they have access to the pool, and that would be a great place for.
And we used to do some, not like this degree, but we definitely did some underwater robotics as well. And we worked a lot with aerial robotics, and we'd love to be able to go back in and work with you on developing some more new programs that we can actually offer for camps and stuff. That'd be fantastic.
Yeah, it'd be amazing.
Yeah.
I've seen his wife, Seaweed. Seaweed's a really humble man. He's not really good at selling himself, but walking up here and enjoying this talk he's having. So a big part of your question is about the tourism. And what he actually sold his brother on was elder and handicapped tourists. Sylvania is incredibly beautiful. Keshia Bay is a really phenomenal place to live. We're really fortunate, but it's very foot. It's very lots of trekking going on. A lot of times you'll see in the summer, if you spend a lot of time downtown, is that if you are elder or handicapped, you don't have currently a lot of big restrictions that accommodates that, other than the basic food industry, things like that. So the drone, he briefly touched on it. So the remote is compatible with any smartphone. So anybody coming off a boat can put their own phone onto this remote and interact with it immediately, and then they have the imagery from their own tour that way on their own phone. But then also he touched on the headpiece, which for me, I am not a video gamer. I don't find the remote super easy to use, but the headpiece makes it really easy to interact with the equipment, and it makes it really just a really easy, if you spent 30 minutes or 40, an hour, however long you were choosing to do this, it makes it really accessible to day trippers. So if that's something that you spend a lot of time speaking to people out on the chain, this is something that's just really accessible to that type of industry. People spend a lot of money to come to these rural places. They spend a lot of money. Some of these really beautiful. Kenai Bay has some really phenomenal hiking. But if you come midday, it's not always a hiking type, but you still have a lot of things that you can interact with this technology.
Yeah, and that was it. It's like, there's a lot of people that come in and they don't really make it off of Main Street. They're too far away from the harbor, that's where all the gift shops are, things like that. So this, like I said, it just, Army was saying, they get to experience a whole different part of Seldovia that people rarely get to see. And you don't have to go far. Like I said, you go to the ferry dock or in the harbor, and you go down 10, 20 feet, and there's fish all over the place. It's cool to see them in their own environment and not just, at the end of the boat for the line. I guess that's all I got.
Outstanding. That is awesome. I'm so proud of you, Steve. That is excellent. And please, one of the reasons why we invited you to speak is for you to meet some of these other folks. And whether it's, I'm sitting here looking over at Shannon, the head of the chamber for over on the Sylvania. Figure out, okay, how can I tie this in with here in Rock today? What are some of the other opportunities? But make sure that you do all those sorts. Our next speaker will know you also. We are very fortunate to have Cable with us today. She is the co-founder of the Wellspring Group. And as I said earlier, that book that I passed out to some folks on how to apply for different things, she actually wrote at least one of the chapters with Meredith. But come on up.
And I am here today from Seldovia, where I live on Sugpiaq and Dena'ina lands. I am the co-founder, along with my partner in business and life, my husband, Caleb Billmeyer. We own Wellspring Group Consulting, where we do community-based research, community engagement, program evaluation, and grant writing, which it sounds like today makes me a unicorn in this room. Through that lens, I have been invited here today to talk a little bit about my work and share that with you all. But first, I wanted to say a little bit about economic futures. So we all think about the future, who we are and where we want to be. And no matter what differences we might find in one another, we all share love for our communities. And we all have a vision for how we want our communities to look and to feel now and into the future. One of the visions for this forum is to get people talking to each other, to share ideas and potential resources, to encourage collaboration and reduce silos, and anchoring all of that in a recognition of our strengths, both individually and collectively. So in the spirit of that, I'm here today to talk a little bit about the ways to enact those principles through the lens of the work that I do. My experience is in social science research and in evaluation, among other things. And from those experiences, I'm here to share about some important ways to grow and strengthen processes that help build sustainability in our efforts to envision our own and our collective futures. So this overarching theme of sustainability encompasses 3 nested elements, and I'll touch on each one of those today. I should note that each of these is an element within other frameworks like collective impact or community-based, asset-based community development. But these 3 are squarely within my area of expertise and most closely aligned with the concept of this forum, or I hope so. So when we talk about economic futures, planning for sustainability is a key piece of this puzzle. So I mentioned before that one of the things that we do at Wellspring is evaluation. And what am I talking about when I'm talking about evaluation? Some folks might be really familiar and others might not be, so I don't want to assume any prior knowledge. Evaluation is just a systematic process. It involves collecting information about a project or a program to help learning and decision making. An example of an evaluation activity is assessing whether or not you've reached a goal or achieved an outcome. For instance, if you have an after-school tutoring program, and you want to know if your program is helping students get higher grades, you are doing evaluative work. Now, evaluation tends to bring a lot of emotions for folks. Some folks have had less than ideal experiences with evaluation. Some folks feel overwhelmed by the idea of evaluation. Some folks feel very judged by evaluation. Some folks want to hold their breath until the very last minute and then exhale upon submission of their reporting requirements. Some folks want to swim in data all day long. And I've worked with all these kinds of people. No matter who you are, you probably have an emotion about evaluation. More often than not, though, people just shrug their shoulders and say, I don't actually know the first thing about evaluation, but I am here to tell you that you do. I believe that everyone has evaluative capacity, and I'm going to demonstrate that to you. So take a couple of seconds. You can close your eyes if you want, but think about an idea that you've had that maybe did or didn't work out in practice. So take 2 seconds while I take a sip of water. So as I read out the following sentences, reflect on your own example. Did you have an idea? That's your goal. Did you try out your idea? That's your implementation. Did you observe what happened? That's your data collection. Did you judge what happened? That's your evaluation. Did you take away a lesson for the future? That's your learning. This is evaluative thinking at its most basic level. It sounds super simple, I know, but it's a really clear example that everyone has the capacity for evaluative thinking. A lot of people fear evaluation or think that they can't do it. You can, because we evaluate things every day. And we collect data even if it's informal. So if you didn't already know, now you know that you have a basis from which to build up your skills. Doing an evaluation in a more formal and systematic way helps to translate meaning to an organization, to a funder, or to a community. So to recap, evaluation is systematic. It's intentional, it's planned, it's purposeful. It's informative. Data collected enhances knowledge. It guides decision-making. The goal is to improve. It's essential. It's often required by funders, by boards or governing bodies, by stakeholders and community members. They want to know, what are the impacts or the effects of the work that's being done? It's also beneficial. We all want to do good work. Let's prove it. Let's showcase it. Let's learn from it. Use it to leverage success. Good evaluation demonstrates achievements and the foundation for continuing on and doing even more good work. It doesn't have to be a thing to do just because you have to, because it's required by a funder, for example. Motivations are diverse. It's something you can do because you believe in a program and you want to prove its successes. It's reflective practice and can be used as a tool for systematic change. One of the things that I do in my role as an evaluator is to engage in evaluation facilitation before we even get into the nitty-gritty of data. So what is that? Evaluation facilitation is helping stakeholders decide the purpose of an evaluation, helping organizations think about what success looks like, prioritizing important questions, determining appropriate, credible, and affordable methods to find the answers to those questions, and making all of those decisions with attention to how and by whom the evaluation processes and findings will be used. At Wellspring Group, we keep use front and center, utilizing a utilization-focused evaluation framework, simply meaning what will be the most useful information to know that you're achieving your stated goals, helping to determine what's meaningful to you. We also work with folks to help them feel more comfortable with evaluation, building and growing their capacities to work with and make sense of data. So let's bring it down to something more concrete. Today, we're here to share resources, including many funding opportunities that are available to our communities and organizations. We've already heard about some. I'm sure we'll hear about more in a little while. And for many of us, grants are a big piece of that puzzle. Evaluation can be really valuable when pursuing grant funding. Not just evaluating at the end of a grant, but actually in the process of pursuing funding. So how is that? For starters, it provides clarity. Evaluation provides a clear outline for defining and measuring progress towards goals and objectives. Evaluation helps keep projects accountable, knowing how and when you've been successful. You're demonstrating this in a grant proposal. It also offers assurances to grant makers of an organization's capacity and effectiveness, demonstrating planning efforts, improving the quality of key activities, informing decision-making about what works and how to move forward, even after a grant ends. And it also gives some clues about budgets, for example, determining internal versus external costs, timelines, personnel, etc. So that's all well and good, and you might be wondering, how can I incorporate evaluation into my work? I have two pieces of advice or tools to share. The first is an evaluation plan, which is just a description of how a program will be monitored and evaluated, answering the questions like what, how, why, when, who. It helps in identification of program goals and objectives. What are they and why are those goals important? Based on those goals and objectives, how will you measure change over time and at what intervals? It's forcing you to be specific and systematic with programming. It's not enough just to say, through our after-school tutoring program, we will change high school students' lives, right? How do you know when you've been successful in doing that? What are the indicators that tell you that your program has changed lives? Is it better grades? Is it better attendance? Is it improved testing scores? If it's better grades, does that mean 100% of students get better grades? Or 75%? Is it better grades in all subjects or just core subjects? We're really honing in on what is important to know and being really clear and specific about that. An evaluation plan requires you to decide what type of data will be collected, who will be collecting it, analyzing it, and interpreting it, the frequency for data collection processes, who data will be collected from, how, and how often. This is really a systematic process that pushes you towards getting really clear on what you're working to achieve. The second tool is developing a logic model or a theory of change. Simply put, a logic model is a visual representation of the rationale of how and why you think your program, your project, or your intervention is going to work. It's an easy to read description of the relationship of things, your resources, your activities, your outputs, and your outcomes. It's a picture of your work. This is an example of the basic start of a logic model. It's something we work with clients to help build all the time. We talk about the resources that are available for a project. We talk about the activities that those resources will be used to carry out. We talk about the things that you can count that are products of your effort. And then we also talk about the changes that you expect to see, both short-term and long-term as a result of your effort. So why build a logic model? It helps with program design and planning. It serves as a tool to help develop program strategy and your ability to clearly explain and illustrate program concepts and approaches for key stakeholders, including funders. It also helps when talking about program implementation. Logic models can be really helpful tools as a management tool for staff implementing a program or a concept. They're grounding, right? They offer a common language and increase staff understanding about a program. They increase intentionality and purpose. And they provide coherence across sometimes really complex tasks. They also offer focus. Logic models help staff stay focused on what they're really trying to achieve or carry out. There's an aspect also of positive psychology at work here. There's intentionality in the program design, and that helps people feel connected to a larger plan and that their work has meaning and purpose. And they help leadership stay focused on goal alignment, ensuring that the organization is spending resources and time on the right things. It also helps as a measure of accountability with program learning and evaluation. Using a logic model as a map for measurement and continuous quality improvement can help identify what parts of your program are working and what areas may be in need of new thinking or changes. Now, having said all of that, it's important to think about actual data and why we need it. Evidence is an essential building block for creating a strong foundation for community change. Make data work for you. Use data as a tool for empowerment. Be proactive and not reactive. Determining what data is important to have is meaningful, and it sets you up for self-determined action. What kind of data am I talking about? Simply, there are two types of data that you can work with: existing data and new data. So existing data are things like the census that Michelle mentioned earlier, SEDS, like Nolan talked about. There's also localized or population level data sets, program data, information that's already out there in the world. You don't have to necessarily rely on new and unique data to see trends and make systems level changes. Existing data can be macro level, what's happening perhaps regionally or on this issue, or micro level, what's happening within your specific program, for example, or within your specific population. If you're looking outside of your own programs and at a macro level, think about collaborating on shared data. This is a principle that's emphasized in a collective impact model, the concept of shared measurement and shared learning. You can decrease the burden of generating unique data for every situation by sharing, by leaning on other organizations doing adjacent work and sharing the data that they're collecting. For example, we know that complex issues do not exist in a vacuum. There are complicated and intertwined factors at play. If we look at the example of houselessness, for example, We might want to know about the numbers of houseless individuals, where this is occurring, what their employment status might be, basic information that you might already be collecting on an intake survey. But there might also be other important information about services this person is receiving, referrals, transportation, employment. Linking data into a shared system can help see a complex issue from a wider angle. Another common situation that I see is that organizations might already be collecting data, but you're not putting that data to its full use. Dig into that data. Spend time figuring out how you can make that data work for you. The goal of assessing existing data is to learn what's going well that can be improved upon. What case can you make about your successes? For example, you might run a program on housing access and you're tracking certain pieces of information. Digging into the data that you're already tracking, you might find something really interesting, like, say, transitional housing residents have high job placement rates at 75%, for example. You can make a case that this program needs to be enhanced in XYZ ways to maintain or exceed those rates. Existing data can also identify what gaps exist and how they can be bridged. For example, our transitional housing residents have really high rates of job placement, but they have really low rates of access to transportation. Your data is telling an important story. Lean in and spend some time finding what your story is and what you already have. The other option is new data. Generating new data is tailored more specifically to your community or your program or your population. It takes more time and likely more money, but it provides really important insights into the more granular level of what's happening in a program, in a community, or on an issue. Using the same example of transitional housing from a few minutes ago, maybe you have some existing data about countable things like numbers of people or jobs or time spent in a program. But maybe it's also important to know about well-being. That's not something that is usually captured on an intake survey or something that's easily counted. Maybe you want to know about how connected a person feels to their community or a program or specific types of program services. Or maybe you want to learn about barriers that someone is facing in attaining safe and stable housing. This calls for generating new data. Now, there are a lot of tools that I can share with you when it comes to ways of collecting data. I won't do that today, but talk with me afterwards if you're interested to know more. The only one that I will mention specifically in this moment is a needs assessment, because it is very common in the planning and grant world. And if you aren't already familiar with the term, a needs assessment is just a formal assessment that identifies current conditions and desired services or outcomes. You can point to it and say, these are the needs of our population in a very specific and justifiable way. In some instances, it can be used as a tool for advocacy. Whatever you choose, whether it's utilizing existing data sets or building new ones, having a data system in place sets people and organizations up for success. It's also really important to remember that data comes from people. And this gets to the point that how you engage with your community really matters. An important thread that runs through all of this is the concept of engagement, being aware of how you're interacting with the community you're serving or the folks that you're getting data from. So we're all well aware of the spectrum of how folks can be engaged in a project or on an issue. This is called the ladder of citizen participation, which is a metaphorical ladder with rungs representing increasing levels of citizen agency, control, and power. There's a continuum of power that moves up along this ladder. We want to be working higher up on the ladder and away from things like tokenism towards citizen power. This is just another way of taking in this idea of engagement, and the one that we use most often with folks that we work with. This is how we move away from extractive practices and towards self-determined ones. In Alaska, there has been a long history of extractive practices. And I'm not talking about physical extraction. I'm talking about social, emotional, and intellectual extraction, particularly from Alaska Native communities, and particularly from the realm of research. Information is taken and projects are planned, sometimes with little to no input from the people who live there. One method for increasing, one method for increasing respectful engagement that counters that extraction by embedding reciprocity and opening the door to full and meaningful participation in these processes are co-production or co-design processes. Co-design is a collaborative approach that actively involves all project stakeholders. That's scientists, citizens, agencies, community members, and users in the design, implementation, and evaluative processes of a project. The aim is to ensure that the end results meets needs and produces durable solutions. It requires investments in resources, people, and most importantly, trust. When implementing them, co-design projects should strive to build relationships, reflect diversity, leverage existing networks, create spaces for varying avenues of stakeholder contribution, integrate multiple and various types of data, insist on accessibility, build capacity, and remember that data is for empowerment and not for extraction. I should note that not everything can or should be co-designed, but ultimately elements of a co-design and collaborative practice ensures that some of the most sustainable tools that I can think of. Why? Co-design acknowledges and supports distinct worldviews with complex knowledge systems. Ultimately, co-design means a co-creation of spaces where power is shared. People are given more agency and say in what is happening with an issue or with a solution. As a result, processes are more transparent. Information is produced at useful times and in useful places, and that information can sometimes challenge assumptions about needs and gaps and how to address them. In the end, there is increased ownership of the final product amongst all participants. This slide gives a nice visual overview of the steps in the co-design process, and I'm happy to talk more about co-design afterwards if that's something that you're interested in, if that is something that you're interested in. So at the most expanded level, and as my last talking point here today, is the role of asset-based frameworks in all of this. Most funding opportunities are based in and rooted in a deficit-based worldview, or focusing on what's wrong with your community. Likely, when you've worked on grants, you've been in the position of having to explain a need in your community. And I want to share that not all needs are based on deficits. Asset-based frameworks are powerful tools to determine what strengths already exist in your community and then growing and building on them. One tool for engaging in this kind of asset-based community development work is asset mapping. As a tool, participatory asset mapping can support strategic planning efforts by building on existing community strengths. It recognizes people and the capacity of people to create positive structures in their communities. It can build community cohesion and empowerment, bring community members together to generate a shared awareness and understanding of community assets, what's available and strong in their own communities. Now, you can build asset maps in a number of ways, bringing groups of people together into a room to do a workshop, doing a community walk, doing one-on-one interviews or discussions. There are lots of ways to build an asset map. As I close out today, I would encourage you to think about the assets in your own communities, the people, places, organizations, traditions, policies that make your community strong. And I would invite you to think about how you can use that information today to make a plan for tomorrow. Feel free to share your mini map with your neighbors. Tell each other about the amazing people and things that you have in your communities. All of the things that I've talked about today are oriented towards sustainability, elements working in tandem to create efforts that are here to last. I've covered a lot of ground today, so just to recap, embrace data. Get some systems in place to help you get organized, to help you understand the work that you're doing and the impact that it's making. Dig into your data and read the story that it's telling you. These systems not only allow for learning and reflective practice, but they put your organization in charge of your future. Evaluation, for example, not only satisfies a funder, but it satisfies your own communities, telling them the story of what's happening. Collaborate, collaborate, collaborate. Talk to people, engage deeply with your communities, and engage deeply in processes that reflect back to folks their voices, their needs, their desires, and their visions. Determine locally what your definition of success is and how your community defines success. Build on strengths. Take stock of what makes your community or your organization strong and keep growing. We all plan for the future, but we need a solid foundation to stand on. Based on my experience, a solid foundation includes local level data, elements of co-design, and using an asset-based framework to build a shared vision. We're all here because we believe in our communities, our futures, and ourselves. I hope that what I've been able to share today helps you think about your own visions for your communities and your organizations. Thank you so much for your time today.
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me? Okay. Sorry, I speak with my hands, so I thought I could speak loud enough. Sorry, got me off track. The question is, how are we going to help make sure that our tribes, our communities are not left behind? So I'll introduce you to the Chugach region. I'm sure you all are very familiar with us. We're cousins or cousins of cousins, which makes us cousins. And I'll go through the needs and assessment gap that we're kind of looking at, the benchmarks that we're looking at to really see what is needed to get the infrastructure to our region and what hurdles are in our way for deployment. And then how are we looking forward and what can we contribute to the region? Chugach region includes 8 communities. We have 7 tribes. We have 5 village corporations and more than 5,000 miles of coastline along the southern tip of Kenai Peninsula. And we spread over to past the Copper River. I myself am from Cordova. I grew up commercial fishing Prince William Sound and the Copper River. This is my home, and I am very grateful to be here collaborating with the Kenai. So what are our demographics? Chugach spreads throughout 2 census bureaus. We have Chugach census area, and I do apologize, those are the wrong colors for today. And we have Kenai Peninsula Bureau. It does make it a little difficult when you're trying to capture your demographics and you are spread throughout different census bureaus. And as you know, you need to understand your demographics to know what your region qualifies for or you qualify for. And if, as we're seeing all these different infrastructure funding, broadband funding come out, we recognize that there's different opportunities for the native corporations, for the nonprofit tribals, for the village corporations, the tribes, but not just that, the municipalities, the state. It spreads far. So trying to see where we fit into that to leverage all the funding opportunities so that we can actually see these projects come to reality, it's important. And where do we fit into that to support you? When we dive into our 5 tribes that have the data for their communities, what's missing here is Seward and Valdez have 2 federally unrecognized tribes, and there is no data on that. They are in Seward and Valdez, so that's their data. What I'd like to highlight here is that 4 of 5 of our communities are distressed by the Denali Commission. So when I assess broadband in the Chugach region, who our stakeholders and partners are. I'm not a fan of busy slides, but this is busy. It's busy because there's a lot of people, right? And there's a lot of players, and it just adds to the complexity of who you have to be working with. I'm grateful for Tim, reaching out and having a willing partner who can roll up their sleeve and talk to you about how can we work together. And that's what it takes. And, unfortunately, broadband itself has been a topic that is hush hush. Providers, people are not willing to share information because there's funding associated with it and everyone's going after it. So it can be very difficult, and it takes people, even outside of broadband in all the areas, it takes them opening up, sharing information early, getting ahead of it, getting the stakeholders involved, and also strategically targeting the funding sources because you have different players who could still be rewarded financially. But the main point for broadband is to bring internet speeds of 100/20 to every household in America. Is that going to happen? We need to be on top of it and work together to make sure that the equity is there, that it's distributed properly. And I think the economic districts, we have 2 of them. We have Prince William Sound and we have Kenai Peninsula. Technical support is huge, especially in the tribal world. April, her presentation was dead on of what it's like working with her. She is a go-getter and she supports us and she works with our tribes. We are the connection with the tribes as well. Get them up to the table, what the needs are, who are the agency officials we need to be talking to. And it's no different with broadband. The Denali Commission has been great. AML, the Alaska Federal Funding, is a great resource. And so as you look at your stakeholders and partners, really see how you can leverage those funding opportunities. The needs and assessment gap. Who here has read the State of Alaska Broadband Task Force Plan? It's released in November 2021. Lots of interested people. So as I say, I am not a broadband expert, but I have rolled up my sleeves and dug in. I'm also not interested in duplicating resources or in recreating the wheel. I like to leverage what's out there. And so I referred to their plan. And while their plan is focused on responding to NTIA so they could get the BEAD program funded for Alaska and roll out those funds through their BEAD program locally, I used it to figure out what our needs are and try to get that assessment gap. And with that, oops, there we go. So one of those, as I said, we modeled our approach against that to identify our gaps. And its end user broadband service level is one of the way gaps can be understood. There's middle mile infrastructure, there's affordability, workforce development, and evolving capability. So I kind of broke it down here with their speed, latency, data usage allowance, and reliability. You see must here. That's because the state of Alaska is saying that those are the minimums that you must have for speed, latency, data, and reliability. Very easy to find out where your gaps are when you have that as a benchmark. Briefly, I will just say that our villages of Port Grammon and Wallach, just across in Ketchimek Bay, they were 2 months without phone and internet this year. So reliable 24/7 is a must. It's a big goal, right? We'll see. You know, we're running a bit behind, so I'll try to speed it up for you. How is the state of Alaska going to be spending their money with the BEAD program? They're going to be targeting the unserved and underserved communities. And so you could see the speeds there. I have some asterisks in our communities in the Chugach region that fall into these categories to just add to the level of complexity with the data that's out there. EAC is in Cordova, but yet on the state of Alaska report, they're in 2 different categories. The other communities, Nunwalek, Port Graham, and Titlik didn't even have data as a community on what their speeds are. Granted, they went through a monumental task, and I commend the task force, a group of 11 folks, for doing what they did, but it just goes to show that even though we are close to urban areas in Alaska, we are remote. 5 of our communities are not on the road. And that really, you know, if they can't find the data on it, you have to. Somebody has to. And then there is, if you're not served, underserved, or unserved, that may mean you're served. You meet the 100/20 speeds. And the report said that there are some areas that have committed upgrades. The providers voluntarily indicated that they are legally required to upgrade service. The caveat being, do not use this for an assumption when you're submitting a grant proposal. You need to talk to the providers and figure it out. Additionally, there may be more federal requirements that they're required to follow and build out. So talking with them is the only way you're going to figure out what's really happening. Seward, Valdez, and Whittier are 3 of those communities. Now I can go talk to those providers in those communities and figure out what they're doing. Also kind of comical is this 4 resources for mapping on broadband, what the infrastructure is, what your speeds are, what's currently available. Let's just look at our underserved community of Titlik. We have the Connect America Fund showing 25/3. FCC broadband deployment can show up 50/10 with Copper Valley, but then it shows 25/3 on the other one. So there's different data, different maps, every resource. You have to understand what all your resources are in whichever area you're looking into, and don't just take what you see as the way it is. It goes back to what April says. People are told no, and they hear that as no, we don't qualify, for whatever reason. But if you really dig in and ask questions, which I unfortunately probably asked too many questions, you start to see that there may be more to the story. So I encourage everyone to just peel back all the onion layers. So when we look at defining our gaps, you could see on the paper, I don't need to go through all of them, but one of the things that's interesting is when a provider can provide service of 50 or 100/20, it may be only for the first 10 people that sign up. And so they may show on the data map that your community matches those speeds, but only 10 people. And it may only be the school and the clinic that actually have it in all reality. So you really have to understand, how can we get over that gap? Latency, everything lags if you do not have the fiber because it's reliant on connectivity. We're mountainous terrain. We have trees. We have harsh storms. Damages equipment. It creates a barrier. Even dramatic cloud cover. Overages are common and service is inconsistent. So some of the other impacts that I look at to operations and maintenance, thinking towards the future, how are we going to fulfill once all this funding comes? Not only how are we going to be able to implement it, but how are we going to be able to maintain it? Well, what are our hurdles there? What is our gaps? Well, workforce and equipment, getting people out there is difficult. It's also delays repairs when there's storms. I mean, 2 months, right, without internet or telephone. But it was really a harsh winter. And it wasn't just getting people there, it was getting the actual equipment there and being able to safely get the equipment off the boat, or even you can't even fly a helicopter in those weather to drop it off, right? So there's added layers of complexity when you're off the road. Not only that, you have to be thinking forward in all aspects. Can your power generate what is needed to be able to support broadband and all the other things that you're doing? We vary throughout all of our communities on what fiber satellite. We have a mixed bag in all of our communities, and it's not equal across the board. First hurdle to investment and deployment. I think that speaks for itself. It's very difficult to lay fiber across a lot of water just to get to one community that may have 100 people. So we have geographic and economic considerations as one of our major hurdles in our location in the Chugach region. One of the things I'll highlight here is the complex land ownership structures. Not only do we have federal and state conservation, just across it and in Wallach and Port Graham, we have a lot of private land too. We have village corporations and regional corporations, and they have split surface estates that they own. That becomes hard to navigate through, but you have to roll up your sleeves and do the work. Talk to people and try to work through that. Because I'm sure the private landowners may want to go across to their cabin and work for a week from their cabin. I mean, when that happens and you have internet, I'd love to come there too. And protection of the tribal land. So is the provider's plan to lay the fiber, I'm using that as an example here, is their plan to lay fiber through one of your heritage sites? Is it through where you have already strategically planned that you have economic development opportunities there? So how can you work through that? Because the decisions we make today affect those tomorrow. And permitting and right-of-way challenges, I'd like to thank the state and our delegation for trying to simplify that process for everyone. And I think there's a lot of great work to be done there. I've already gone into the operating expenses. It's expensive and it's difficult for the providers to be profitable. So the state of Alaska acknowledges that, and they're looking into how they can make it more affordable. Long-term sustainability. Are they placing fiber just as is, or are they placing conduit for the future when they have to replace it, right? And if they don't have the funding for that, how could we leverage the other folks that could get pieces of the pie to fulfill that, to do it the right way first time? And then the other hurdle being competitive factors. People aren't necessarily willing to open up. So looking forward, if anyone knows John Johnson, he's a great guy. He's been with Chugach for 45 years. He just celebrated his 45th year, and this is in our forest. But anyways, Chugach is looking at how can we support. And the thing off the bat from a regional perspective is we are not looking to compete. We are looking to help. We are looking to make sure that the revenue or the funding that the government is putting out is, we are being good stewards of the funding, but not only that, but that it's equitably distributed to the unserved, underserved regions that have long since been forgotten. And it takes people like AFN navigators and like Tim to come together and talk through how we can all work together. We can be the outreach. We can work, we could be the center point. I can be the central point of contact for infrastructure or for broadband. What Chugach has done for the infrastructure bill is a divide and conquer approach. We have individuals in our company that have broken down the different sections of the infrastructure bill to be a subject matter expert in that area. And now we can be a resource for not only our tribes, but our village corporations and our nonprofits where they can come to and we can help point them to the right people. What issues are they having? What can we work through? That's what we're looking to provide and be a support for. We also want to be an advocate for that equitable deployment. And we need to be monitoring and informing. So by tracking all the potential funding sources, by tracking that the broadband maps are about to come out, and if that data is not accurate, you better be responsive. You know, those are the things that we could be doing from a high level. And I'm going to end this with my favorite quote from the symposium. And Nils with AML said this: we are not in competition with each other. We are competing against the lower 48. Don't like to be competitive against anyone in my nature, but I think it's important to recognize this and to try to realize as much funding as we can to fix the critical infrastructure needs that we have in our region. That's what I have. Thank you.
I appreciate you and appreciate your comments. One thing that I mentioned earlier about broadband, we have been working on this with the state for months, and we're not just going to talk about it, we're going to actually get it done. We have agreed at KPEDD to head up a broadband task force for the entire Kenai Peninsula borough, so that it does not turn into a political football. We want to make sure everyone's voice is heard. So we have put together a very high-level group of folks that are going to help us navigate and put together a plan for broadband for the Kenai Peninsula. And as Julie mentioned earlier, the commissioner mentioned earlier, they're going to have their offices up and running by the end of June. Our goal is this group is going to start meeting in May, so that we know what it is that we want and what it is that we need. When you look at the sheet that's being passed out, know that there's two folks on there from Chugach that are going to help us not only with Seward, but Nanwalek and Port Graham. We also reached out to Siri, and what Siri did was they gave us Hans Roderink from Cook Inlet Tribal Council, and he will be working with all of the other tribes that are related to Siri here on the Kenai Peninsula. We also have the borough, we've got industry, we've got AvTech, we've got the school district, we've got the college, we've got the hospitals, we've got the cities. So this is going to be staffed by Cassidy Cameron and myself, and be prepared to hear about things over the next couple of months as we try and pull things together. But our goal is to make sure, it's kind of like United Way. You know what United Way's phrase is? You want to make sure they get their fair share. Well, the Kenai Peninsula, we want to make sure we get our fair share. So when they've got that $2 billion out there, we're not going to ask for more than what we deserve, but we're going to make sure not only do we have the connectivity, but one of the things that I've really heard a lot about lately is there's certain spots on the peninsula that have great connectivity, but it's $190 a month. That's not doable for a lot of families. So we've heard a baseline of, in a typical family home, and this I got a kick out of when I was told this, but you have to be able to have 2 Xboxes running, plus the parents need to be able to check their email at the same time. So I don't know if that's really accurate. There's probably a more technical way to put it, but that in layman's terms is what I've been told that we needed to do. So please make sure you take one of those if you've got questions. And again, the task force has not met yet, but please reach out to Cassidy and myself. We'll be more than happy to help you with that. Yes. they get a revenue stream for years. They get. Do you want to answer this one? No. The bottom line is there's a revenue stream and opportunities for revenue for years. And that's why one of the reasons was that we went to Chugach and to Siri, because we started hearing of folks knocking on doors wanting to sell their services. And we want to make sure that when the governor's office on broadband is up and running, that we're speaking with one voice and not just who's being paid the most to do something. Yes. Yep. Just remember one thing. They are a for-profit company. And that's really, really important. But please reach out to us. We'll be more than happy to help our friends over in Tyonek with whatever. And I know this is an issue again, because did you all apply for the licenses? Unfortunately, and I'll deny I said this, but with all of the funding that's been available in the last couple of years, and also the funding that's out right now, a lot of folks have come out of the woodwork that they've got a way that they're going to make their buck out of it. And we want to make sure that the dollars are being spent in the correct way, and that our community benefits from it. So yeah, once we get the two of you guys connected and whatever else we can do. Our next presenter, Keith Hamilton, Alaska Christian College. Thank you so much for being here today, Keith.
Thank you. Yeah, he always invites me to do these things during nap time. I'm not sure if that's helpful to any of us here, but hey, who's been into our campus before, driven through, walked through, been in an event? Yeah, many of you. Great. Thank you. Well, I want to tell you about your local Christian college. We are actually, I'll humbly say, we're the largest faith-based accredited college serving natives in the United States of America. And it's right here on our little peninsula. So if you're not familiar with us, here's our mission statement: empowering Alaska natives through biblically based higher education and Christian formation to pursue excellence in character learning and service as followers of Christ. And so we started our history way back when. We bought the old Leonard Ballard house off of Royal Place near KPC, you know, the other little college that's next to us. And we were able to pick up 10.5 acres with the 8,400 square foot building, including an indoor pool, which we don't have anymore. Now it's a library, but it was a pool to begin with. And we started 5 days after 9/11 with just that first class of 22 students from 4 different states, 7 ethnic groups. 80% were Alaska Native background, with 16 self-supporting faculty and staff. So we have always been a Native school. In fact, this last year, I think our numbers were above 90% of Alaska Native and American Indian. We were just a one-year non-accredited Bible college for Alaska Native folks. Our first year, we began to grow, and we now have 29.5 acres and 20 buildings, mainly built by volunteers who come up each summer from Alaska. In fact, this summer, 300 volunteers will be on our campus buying in your restaurants, eating food, going on your cruises, and going fishing on your boats. And so it's a pretty good economic driver for the community when our friends come up from the lesser 48. And then we've also added since our beginning a couple of large dormitories, cabins. We have apartment buildings now, 4 of them. We have a counseling center on campus, a conference center that we rent out for different events. We have a small chapel and a 6-classroom building now, state of the art, and also a yurt, which everybody has to have, right? And so this is a state-of-the-art classroom. Helped us, federal grant helped us to get this with the computer lab, a science lab, and those classrooms. This is our conference center that I mentioned, 64 beds. We have different groups that will rent us out during the summer months. We don't run year round. Students are back in the villages subsisting and getting ready for the upcoming winter. And we have actually seen more than 800 students from more than 100 villages. About 104 villages, I think, now throughout Alaska have attended ACC. And many of those students go on to attend KPC. And now finally, the University of Alaska, Anchorage and Fairbanks are accepting credit. We have 55 full-time, part-time, volunteer, and self-supported staff and faculty today, which is a lot of jobs in our community. We're not just a handful of people. We actually have 63 now, was the latest count. And our budget's grown from 500 to 3 million, and that is only in the operational count, not including another $3 million that we are doing annually in our capital as well. We also began New Hope Counseling Center in 2003 to address the needs of our students, but also the Kenai Peninsula community. I don't know if you know this, but counseling services have grown tremendously in the last couple of years. And because of that, our counseling center is actually doubling its size of offices and counselors to help to meet that need. We were accredited in 2012 by the Association for Biblical Higher Education. And of course, we're approved by the Alaska Commission on Post-Secondary Education and then the U.S. Department of Education. So all of our students can get Pell Grants and receive federal loans if needed. Our vision I want to share with you is to be the premier college of choice for Alaska Native students so that our graduates will follow and serve Christ within the church and larger society. So we want to be the first choice for Alaska Native people who come from Village, Alaska, and who aren't quite ready for the big 4-year university yet. We're the gap because we only offer AA degrees. In fact, we have 4 of them: behavioral health, Christian ministry, general studies, and paraprofessional education. 100% of our students that graduate from our Parapro program find jobs in their villages. Even a few of them are here on the Kenai Peninsula. We call ourselves life-changing education. We prepare them for a 4-year college degree to enter the workforce or possibly return to rural Alaska. We have 98 students enrolled in 2020. We're actually 104 before COVID, and that number is down. We're going to go back up again hopefully this fall. Very personalized approach to education. Intensive, and expensive academic support available. We've got a federal grant, just built a new student engagement center, 1,900 square foot building to really go intensive even more with our academic support. What we're not a 4-year college, but an AA degree granting college. We're not an online college, although during COVID, everybody was an online college, right? And we're not a place where anyone can teach. In fact, classes are taught by master's and doctoral degreed professors. We're not a college only for Alaska Natives, although it's the far majority. We invite all who wish to join us in this unique college experience. And of course, we are not a cult at the end of Royal Blaze. Oh, my goodness. That was kind of a strange time to say that. All right. Just a quick thing here about our conference center and what we have available to rent during the summer months. We do have accommodations where we have up to 200 people in our main dining room, full service cabins, beds, linens, everything. 152 beds now total on campus. And if we were to combine with KPC, we actually have a very, very, very large conference spaces available between their dorms and our dorms. We really have kind of become a convention center if the Soldotna community would ever need it. Briefly about our counseling center, again, free services to our students. Folks from the community can come in. And we provided over 3,000 client hours in 2020. Again, 75% of those from our community doing fee for service. Just, we want to be part of our community. Alaska Christian College is not a place with any walls. We invite people onto our campus. We have a good neighbor commitment that our doors are always open. And we wish to serve, of course, the greater Soldotna Kenai community, offering our facilities or our staff, our students to assist in bringing a better life to all who live here. Wrapping up here, we just finished a 3-year Vision 2020 campaign. Got a little stymied during COVID, but we reached our $5 million goal. And what you're seeing here, circle, is our new gymnasium complex. This is an 18,000 square foot size gymnasium. If you're coming in off of the community college right here, you're going to drive right up the road and pull right in. If you're coming down East Poppy, you're going to come down here and come right in. So our students are going to be walking over, but the community will be using this. And one of the things that's really attracted about this is that we're going to have the only indoor walking track on the central Kenai Peninsula, unless you consider Home Depot an inside walking track during the winter. And it'll look something like this. This is artist rendering when we get it all finished. It'll have 3 phases actually. This year we start doing phase 1. So one more slide that I have that was going to be extra, whoever was running up here, Cassidy or somebody. We have one more slide I wanted to show you about our statewide educational institutions and how they fare in getting Alaska Native students to come to their institutions. And Alaska Christian College, you'll see where we kind of are based up against the rest of them. Did you find it? So Alaska Commission on Post-Secondary Education is the statewide authorization governmental entity that says you can be a college in the state of Alaska. And they take care of authorizing every college and trade school in Alaska except for the university system. They're not a part of ACPE directly. And ACPE is where we fall in, and as well as other colleges and trade schools like AvTech, who's presenting soon in our state. And so these are the stats, if we can get them up, on how everybody is marking up against each other using their purposes toward Alaska Native education. It was right after or right before the one that I had. It says iPEDS, I think it says. IPEDS. Yeah, let's do that. I'm not either. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, one page if we can get it up here on the screen.
Just so that you know, the driving school falls under the same
Correct.
guidelines too.
Correct.
Any of those kinds of programs. They're counted with us.
Yeah, great point.
So did you hit something on that by any chance? Because it's like the screen's just
It's like they're in
like sleep mode.
yeah.
Yeah, I did. Send a bill to my guy. He'll take care of it. These percentages, oh, there we go. There we go. These percentages, you might have to drill down a little bit for me on it too, but these percentages show that Alaska Native American Indian, we were at 90% and then 84%. And if you look at the other colleges that are under ACP in our state, 2.5, 15, 24, 24, 13, 8. And then keep going down. Some of them don't record. Ilisavik is the only other, it's a tribal school up in Barrow, and they're at 69%. And the university system is at 5.5, 12%, 12% in the Southeast. So we're really unique. We have a niche. And so we really appreciate, again, the support of the Kenai Peninsula community. The day that we got here, they said, you're welcome. And our students have had a favorable experience living here. Not so much in Anchorage when they go there, but for sure down here. And many of our students have decided to stay here and live here and grow their families here. So thank you for having me today.
Thank you, Keith. I appreciate that. All right, as we're winding down, we've got two folks left. Colin Stewart from AvTech. Again, what we're trying to do is make sure everybody sees what resources we have out there. Colin?
Where's my mouse?
I can go slideless if I have to. I was preparing myself for.
There it is. I gotta get my mouse up here. Yeah, I'm just trying to find the mouse. 1 second. There it is. There's the mouse.
I'll introduce myself while we get that fixed up. So Colin Stewart, work at AvTech. I came on in August as the apprenticeship coordinator, and my job has shifted a little bit to special projects coordinator. So still apprenticeship, and then just some other things like short-term training, one-off training, doing some teacher training for upping their CTE teacher skills, variety of cool things we've got going on. Thank you. Also, thank you for having me here today. I am, like I said, new to Seward, new to AvTech. I spent my previous 10 years in Bethel, and I got to reconnect with some old Bethel people here today, which was really cool. So it's nice to be here, though, and meet some people that are from this region. Maybe. I swear I'm hitting the right button. I'm not, I won't do it. I can just, I'll paint a picture with my words. I could probably just tab through, right?
In theory, I would say
No,
yes.
So for those of you that don't know, AvTech is part of the Department of Labor. We've been in business for more than 50 years. For the past 25 years, we've been accredited by the Council on Occupational Education. We just went through our last accreditation cycle in September, and we passed. So that's how schools like ours stay accredited, and we prove that we're doing what we say we're going to do for our students.
It's working on the computer. It's not working on there.
It's okay. There's just pictures of welders and boats and stuff. Oh! Do I need to like point it at the computer?
No.
Maybe I'll stand behind the computer just in case I have to run it from here. I gotta move now because now the computer just shows where I'm at. All right. So our training programs are, focused on training Alaskans for Alaskan jobs. Focused on getting students in and out and ready for those entry-level jobs. A lot of students use our training to get to the top of the list on apprenticeships, specifically like electrical apprenticeships. And we're also home to the Alaska Maritime Training Center. And I've got a slide devoted to just that. So our programs that we're most well or best known for are our on-campus, what we call long-term programs, 90 or 180 days. A typical school year, is about 180 days. Students live on campus in our residence halls, kind of have that similar to a college experience. They get to be away from home, and talking about, students being in a successful place. I feel like AvTech is uniquely, or being in Seward is a unique place. You're away from some of the distractions of Anchorage, like we were hearing about from the Christian College. Being down here is probably a better location. I know my former students, when I used to work out of Bethel, had a much better time when they got to come down to AvTech versus, having to navigate Anchorage, big city. If you haven't lived in one, it can be a challenge, and there's lots of distractions. Okay, there we go. Sorry, that's not what I thought I was going to be seeing here. So when our students are on campus, our instructors are really dedicated to trying to simulate the work experience, different than a 2-year associate's degree that you may do in a similar training program. They're 100% immersed in their job. The instructors treat them like they're employees in a way while they're training them. There's an emphasis, obviously, on the technical skills, but also on our on-the-job, how do I act at work? How do I conduct myself? If I'm an IT support person, what does that look like? How should I maybe dress? If I'm in the construction trades, what does that look like? How can I still, I can still wear Carhartts, I can still be dirty, but I can still present myself in a way that an employer would want to have me on their staff. People that are hiring my employer and myself to come to work for them would want me to be on their premises. So instructors are very big on those soft skills that go along with the technical skills, because we hear more and more about, I just want someone that can work. I just want someone that has a good work ethic. And all of our instructors are from industry, so they know that side of things, and they keep their industry partners tight in their advisory groups. So our Alaska Maritime Training Center, there's over 40 Coast Guard approved courses and a number of other ones. We started as young as, we have a Young Mariner program and other students involved in the Kenai Peninsula. We had some students from Bethel that were involved, and it's accessible to students all over the state. And then they move into getting their initial licensing enough to get them on the boat, all the way through captain licenses. And then we do a lot of work with recertifying people, adding certifications, people that are already working in the industry. They're always doing additional trainings and adding to people's licenses. An interesting thing I was watching them do when I first came on is they were doing a feasibility study for the Port of Anchorage. So that's another business that our Maritime Center can help support. They also have 3 different bridges. They're vessel simulators. They can put just about any vessel that you would use in industry, and they have they're set up so they can operate all 3 together. So you can be in like the 900-foot tanker vessel with 2 tugs, and they can show them how to come in and navigate into parking. They have all kinds of stuff that they can do and simulate, and they can simulate just about anywhere in the world. They have captains come up from Louisiana to do training. So my piece when I came in was, like I said, apprenticeship coordinator. So this is the pieces that I've had direct impact on as I've come into AvTech. So we've been doing apprenticeship support for about 20 years. Some of you may have even worked with our apprenticeship services. That's called the RSP program, or Related Studies program. We've just rebranded it to RTI, which is more in line with the language we use in apprenticeship, and RTI stands for Related Technical Instruction. The Related Technical Instruction that we provide is NCCR classes. Students can log in and take those classes anytime. They're asynchronous, and it supports their on-the-job learning they're doing in their trades apprenticeship. When I've come in, we've added some expanded services for employers. My first job was to come in and start a multi-employer sponsorship for IT. IT is kind of a new and unique thing to be an apprenticeable occupation, but if you really dig into it, there's many occupations that can be apprenticed, and IT actually falls very well into that. And the employers that we've reached out to and brought on as partners have really appreciated this opportunity, because since they have already employees working with them, and it's not like we're starting an apprenticeship for an occupation that's already been apprenticed. So employers are like, hey, can I use some of my incumbent workers? Do I have to hire new ones? No, you can absolutely use your incumbent workers. So they've got employees that are with them that they want to upskill, and so they can plug into this program. Now they've got a defined on-the-job training program that comes with an apprenticeship, and then they also have us providing the RTI. Our next step in developing another multi-employer sponsorship is for building maintenance. This is a statewide need. Again, I know this from living and working in Bethel for 10 years. The school district, the hospital, the bigger corporations, they all have multiple buildings. They're all aging now, and they really need skilled maintenance men. So this program has got a lot of interest from around the state, and that's something we're going to start developing over the summer. Looking for probably by January to also become a multi-employer sponsor and bring employer partners on. Both of these functions are grant funded by the Apprenticeship Expansion Grant. So, we were talking earlier about grants versus sustainability. These are really nice to seed these things, because I can offer these trainings at no cost to the employer. So obviously it's an easy win to bring an employer on, and then get them settled into the program and show what it can do. And then to try to answer the question about how is that sustainable, well, we're able to price it low enough that even after the grant goes away, so my example I use for the IT apprenticeship, the cost that I figured is each employee, each apprentice would cost about $3,000 to complete an apprenticeship. So if you figure that IT professional is going to make about $50,000 in salary, and maybe another 30 is their cost for benefits. So we're looking at someone that's like $80,000 total cost to your company. Well, for $3,000 for 1 year, you can bring them through that entire apprenticeship. So in my opinion, that's a small investment when the employers do have to make the investment to bring them through an apprenticeship and have them have some more certifications. And then also the big buy-in is I think it's over 93% of folks that finish an apprenticeship with their specific employer stay with that employer. So your retention is through the roof compared to a normal employee. Another thing that I've been working on, along with, and this isn't something that I just invented myself when I came into AvTech, but it's been delegated to me to develop and add to, is these pop-up trainings or short course trainings. So we're looking at, what are the local needs, what are employers reaching out for and asking for, and how can we provide that? Can we provide it on campus? Can we go to you? Can we do something in a hybrid model where maybe we go to you to a location and do, for example, a business office training for 5 days? And then there's a follow-through online series of trainings to complete the training. So some of the things that have already been happening are short course trainings for vessel maintenance and repair, for building maintenance and repair. And then next are some business office trainings. Those things will be finished, developed end of June and offered as early as this fall. So some other specialty things we have going on is we have a senior year to career program. So students are able to enroll, students that have completed all their necessary things for graduation can enroll in AvTech and start when they're technically still a high school student. There's some additional paperwork they have to fill out and get recommendations and all those things to be on campus. We had one student that I actually ran into in the gym one day. Very outgoing, super nice kid, and I was asking him what program and where he came from, and 17 years old, already involved in our diesel heavy program. He's going to graduate from diesel heavy at 18 and walk into a job in the mid to high 20 some dollar an hour range. So, I mean, it's a fantastic opportunity for kids that are motivated and know what they want to do. Again, we're also, like I said, working on those pop-up trainings and also customizing things for employers. I've got 2 different employers I'm working with right now. One that is in oil and gas, specifically the maintenance of their heavy equipment. And we're working on developing some training for them, customizable, so people can stay on the job. I mean, it's a pseudo apprenticeship, but likely will not become an apprenticeship, but same thing. they'll work on the job on the slope, come down, do some short training with us, and then go back to work. Another employer I'm working with has some really specific needs for building maintenance outside of the apprenticeship we're developing. People that manage a lot of apartment complexes. So we're developing those things for them as well, and also going to offer that to other people once the classes are happening on campus. It's coming very quick this summer. We've got a bunch of training and boot camps. There's multiple school bus driver trainings, train the trainer for school bus drivers. We have a A+ boot camp for adults and youth. This is A+ is a IT certification. It's considered pre-apprenticeship for my IT apprenticeship. So some of the high school students that have enrolled will be trying to use that to seek employment, either with one of our apprentice employer partners or employment with someone that just says, hey, you have an A+ certification. I would love to hire you. We're also doing a career camp for some Kenai Peninsula Borough School District students. We're going to do a 5-day construction camp. I believe they're going to build a shed. Our current construction teacher, Doug Hoftees, is going to teach the class. Been working with Matt Whitteman on setting that up. So that's going to be an exciting thing for some students this summer as well. Also putting together a career camp for youth that are transitioning out of the foster program or WIOA recipients. This is focused on culinary, hospitality, tourism industry. We've brought in some partners, some employers that are dedicated to hiring these students as soon as they complete the program. And the cool thing is we've asked for employers that have housing and potential housing and meal options, ones that are already in the lodging industry, so they would be able to support these students, because if we're really focusing on students that are exiting the foster care, they may need that support when they're entering the world of work. A nice thing with this camp too is it is supported by WIOA youth grant money. There will be wraparound services for these folks when they leave the camp and enter that with that employer. So what they should see is their WIOA coordinator working with them beyond just doing the training, so they can help them find, when that seasonal summer job times out, they'll be looking with them to help them find the next job, maybe going from a summer seasonal job to a winter seasonal job. So a lot of these trainings, like I said, can be funded by grants. WIOA is one that many of our students access. We also have students that access individual training accounts with the Job Center. And then because of our school status, everyone's eligible to apply for FAFSA and receive all the Pell Grants and other financial aid you would in any traditional college or university. That's my update for what we've got going on at AvTech. Does anybody have any questions? Yeah, I appreciate the compliments. So a couple of things I did want to mention on that. I have 1 minute.
our students find an over 90% success rate for students, an over 90% employment placement rate for students that complete the program. Most of our program is really 100%. And from every instructor, diesel head, welding, IT, everyone say, anybody can do it that wants it. Every single student that wanted to be successful here will be successful and they will find a job. In fact, in last January graduation, none of the students from high school had to attend because they were already at work. All had jobs. So it's pretty cool. So that is one summer camp happening starting June 15th through the 24th. And that recruitment's coming from the Department of Labor staff. Like I said, they're kind of trying to recruit out to the next that are actually in the program already recipients. Anything else? Thank you guys.
Excellent. Thank you. So I want you all to know how networking works. My next door neighbor in my house here in Kenai, her daughter is just finishing up in the diesel program, Carly Martin. And she desperately wants to stay in Seward. So she's trying to find a job in Seward. She doesn't want to work on boats, and she doesn't want to work on a car. She wants to work on 18-wheelers. I'm trying to explain to her about the only 18-wheelers that come in and out of there are the ones that stop at Safeway. But we're trying to help her get an interview over with the city and see what some of the things. Please, when you see Carly, make sure you tell her that we mentioned her. But thank you so much, Colin. And wrapping up the day. Come on, Willow. Social media. Willow Hedrick, Executive Director of Chugach Regional Resources.
Afternoon, you guys. Thanks for staying to the end. I was the end of the last one in January. Tim saying something here. Tim called and asked me what I thought would be good to present at this conference, and I said, gosh, I really think that a lot of businesses need help with social media. And then he said, well, why don't you present on that? And I said, a hard no, Tim. I'm sorry, I'm not doing that. I am a millennial. I'm one of the first, but I'm not a social media expert. So I had a lot of help in developing this. Like Tim said, I am the executive director of Chugach Regional Resources Commission, and I did try to set up a TikTok account yesterday, and I couldn't even get past the verification process. I was going to show you guys a cool TikTok video that was passed on to me, but here we are. I'm going to show you something else. So real quickly about Chugach Regional Resources Commission, or we call ourselves CERC. It's a federally recognized tribal consortia that serves the 7 communities that Ashley talked about in the Chugach region and Lower Cook Inlet, Prince William Sound. I won't go into those again. I know we're running short on time, and Ashley did a great job of overviewing our communities. We are one of the 3 nonprofits that Ashley talked about. There's ourselves. We do natural resource management. The North Pacific Rim Housing Authority works on all housing for our communities, and then Chugach MU does health and social services. We also operate the Alutiiq Pride Marine Institute in Seward. That is the only shellfish hatchery in the state of Alaska and one of 2 tribally managed hatcheries in the state as well. And we have been raising shellfish for direct beach seeding. We recently got into the kelp mariculture space. We do a lot of research and development at the facility. So, Colin, we have a aging facility just a couple streets down from you. And I'm very interested to connect with you about potentially having one of your building maintenance individuals. Our current building maintenance contractor used to work at Avtech, and now he retired and came to us. So we cover a large area, which is not unique to tribal consortia in Alaska, but it's very complicated. There are a lot of different communities, and much like our business, and make no mistake, a nonprofit organization is a form of business. We're trying to reach a very broad audience, and connecting with all of those communities can be very complicated, but social media has really enabled our company It can enable tribes, other nonprofits to communicate to be sure that we're recruiting individuals to help us with research or getting Indigenous hires from the communities is very important to my board. So we're always looking for those youth who are interested in natural resource management. So here are some key steps that we have taken on as an organization. First, I will say that we had absolutely no web, Facebook, any presence on the internet until 2019. We're a little late to the game, but what that enabled us to do is really start fresh and build a brand, and it's something that we've been working on and we continually work on. So I'm going to go through these couple things: define your purpose, get to know your communities, map the social media landscape, craft your strategy, and track and analyze and improve your engagement. So first, define your purpose. And this has been really difficult, like I said, for CERC in particular, because we have such a wide variety of communities that we serve. But it also requires putting hours each week into coordinating all different kinds of posts on social media. And I also will say that that's all been on me so far, but we are looking into hiring a social media engagement coordinator, hopefully soon, to help us with this. It can empower your organization to reach your community in new and meaningful ways. And one of the ways that we've been using social media is to partner with other organizations. Like, we're able to tag KPEDD, who's able to share that we have a job posting, and that has been invaluable to us. So the goals of at least our program are to make people aware that you exist, right? Like I said, before 2019, nobody even knew who we were. So here we are. We've been in business since 1984, and now we're able to tell our story. And it could also increase your sales or your bottom line. For us in particular, it increases our connectivity to funding organizations because we are a nonprofit, but that's a sale. You're selling yourself to a funding agency so that you can get funding to improve your mission. And then lastly, loyalty for the small businesses, or for us, we use loyalty programs like, let's get to 800 likes and you get a free whatever, pressure canner. We do those type of things to raise awareness of our business. The second point I want to talk about is get to know your community, getting to know your communities, because a strong marketing strategy is based around positioning yourself in a way that communicates directly to your community, and you want to be specific about who you want to reach. For us in particular, this means our communities, and sometimes actually on a statewide level as well. So we have been working really hard to understand who our target audience is so that we can make a difference in the work that we do on behalf of our communities. Next is mapping the social media landscapes. Which online platforms should you target? I was just told yesterday that we need to have an Instagram account, and I cringed because I can barely manage our Facebook account. But so it's good to know what programs are out there. So a Pew study, actually, I thought this was interesting, done in January of 2021, that there were approximately 74% of online adults actively using some kind of social media account. So if your community has access to internet, which sometimes they do, sometimes they don't, any kind of social media is going to be a way to reach those individuals. And you just have to decide what platform is right for you. Like, if you wanted to tell me something, you should not do it on TikTok because I can't even get on there. So a good place to start, if you are a nonprofit or a tribe, is to just survey individuals in your community. Go out, talk to them, try to find their handle on Instagram, and get an idea of what platforms that people are using. I can say that for the Chugach is a Facebook region. Everyone in the Chugach seems to have Facebook. Okay, next. Just a couple, I found this really nice guide from the Administrative of Native Americans about social media and developing a social media strategy that we've actually been using internally. And I'm happy to share that link with anyone who's interested. But friends, followers, fans, all of those people matter to your message and how you engage with your community. And then there's all kinds of considerations like how often you post, historical successes, like was there a post that you posted that got 1,000 likes versus the one immediately after that got 2. So people are honing in on your content, and it's good to pay attention to that. And there are algorithms that can do all of those type of things. So no matter what platform you choose, it's a good reminder that you need to spend a lot of time and effort to manage social media. And what I've been told is that it should take up to 1 to 2 hours per day. I don't have 1 to 2 hours per day. I know nobody does. Any small business owner is like, where are you going to find that extra hour? But it's definitely worth it. It's helped us a lot to increase our online presence. So here are, Twitter. The ANA guide is so old it doesn't even have Twitter up there. So I'm in good company. Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, YouTube, LinkedIn. We have explored all of those. And like I said, for our audience, for our business, Facebook is the one that we go with the most. But we also have a YouTube account and we have LinkedIn accounts. And you can see the more and more accounts that you have, the more and more time your social media strategy is going to take. But one thing I wanted to highlight is having a social media account is really great. But for a business, the goal is to drive traffic to your website. It's not totally safe to sell on social media sites because in a click of a button, the whole thing could truly just go away. So use social media as a way to drive traffic to your website. And this was told to me by one of our employees who's actually a business owner, not Stephen, but another employee. And she said that this is one of the biggest things that she's heard in the space is make sure that you have a really good website. And website development is complicated. It takes a lot of time and it can take a lot of money with a specialized professional, but there are also, different websites that you can use. I heard Etsy mentioned earlier, Shopify, Squarespace, and Wix are all really good website developers that you can use. So as I mentioned before, it's really good to track and analyze and improve your content. We do this on the back end with website clicks, with post clicks on Facebook. We're always trying to understand, like, man, what did people really like about that post? Was it the picture? Was it the words that we said? And it's also good to make sure that you don't let your posting stagnate. 1 to 2 posts a day, maybe that's way too much, and people are going to say, gosh, I don't want to follow Cirque anymore. They put out way too much crap. So, what's the balance to your audience? The other thing I wanted to talk about is company branding. So building our internal brand was really organic. We had this poster developed for a subsistence project, and it's quickly morphed into our personal full-blown brand. Now, when anyone sees this image, the first thing they think about is CRRC. The next thing that we did was we organized our logos. On the top, you can see we had the Alutiiq Pride Shellfish Hatchery and Chugach Regional Resources Commission, and they were great logos. They didn't really complement each other, and you can't tell here, but if you were going to try to put that little tiny logo on a poster and blow it up, it's unrecognizable. So what we did was we built our brand, we found our colors, our mixture of CY and K, and built new logos that we could use for publications and things that you can blow up into a sign, something that's meaningful. And then I also don't want to underestimate the power of visual media. Is this video working? Yeah, I think so. My internet was really slow when I recorded my screen, but I have one word for you, Canva. I am not a designer. I am not a creative at all, but goodness, look, in a few clicks of a button, I made a really cool Instagram post on Canva for free. And having a visual bank that you can pull from to make your content is really awesome. We actually all used Canva recently to put together a slideshow introducing all of our staff. And old me in high school, that PowerPoint presentation probably would have taken me 2.5 weeks, but I did it in about 20 minutes on Canva. So great resource. I suggest everyone go take a look at that. I have a couple more videos that I want to show you guys about. Oh, I think the video has to stop. There we go. So a couple things to wrap it up. Like I said before, think of social media as a way to showcase your process, how your business works, how you're making your product, how you're driving your underwater ROV, how you're sewing your beautiful sealskin slippers, and then drive people to your website. And what's really good is to share your story, share your heart, connect with your audience, and build relationships. And like I mentioned before, selling products on Instagram can be problematic. One thing that's been really helpful to us is connecting with our partners, tagging KPEDD, tagging our funders, tagging the Seward Chamber of Commerce when they give a shout out on their webpage for us. It's just been really great to build those partnerships around the community. So here's some local examples of the process, right? This great Instagram video of a young woman from the native village of Eak actually showing how she sews sealskin slippers. Gosh, I loved that. So I went to her profile page and man, I got to know so much about her. Not only is she a friend, but just a beautiful woman, and I feel like I know her. So I was prompted to go to her website where now I can purchase any of her products. Here's another one, my daughters. Gosh, they just love this woman, Brittany Brower from Uktiavik, and they follow, well, I follow her on Facebook, and my kids watch her. They wanted these earrings, so we clicked on the link, and unfortunately for my kids, but fortunately for me, they were sold out. So one more example, I've been following this woman for a really long time. I feel like I know her from her Instagram page. She posts, she's raw, she's honest, and I have wanted a pair of her earrings now for at least 5 years, but every time I click on her website, everything is sold out. So these are just ways that you can drive people to your business, drive people to your nonprofit, drive people to your tribe to get them to interact with you. And that is my last slide. So thank you. And again, not the social media expert, but Canva. If you take one thing home today, take home the word Canva.
Thank you very much. I am going to tell you that my staff has a Canva account that I'm not allowed near. But they love showing me all the things that they do, and it's amazing. It's really amazing. But hey, as we're wrapping up today, two things. One, I just figured out I still have 5 books. So if you want one, see me, and I will make sure that you get one. When it comes to social media, Abby is my social media queen. Make sure you take a bag with you. Oops, other side. Yes, that's our logo, and you see it all over the place now. We've done a lot of branding with it, and KPEDD is now relevant. I can't say that we were 6 or 7 years ago, but now people identify with that logo. But there's all of our social media stuff on the back. So between Instagram and Facebook and YouTube and LinkedIn, we've got it all. So make sure that you go ahead and follow us there. I need one big favor before the end of the day. I need your help as we're moving forward. This is the first time we tried to do something like this. And by my ways of evaluating and assessing, I've been able to check a lot of boxes off. I feel very, very good about what we accomplished today. Not only the people in the room, but all the people that are online, plus the videos that we'll produce coming out of this. But my business card is on every one of these tables. Please make sure you take one and email me and tell me, Tim, I like this. I like the food, but I didn't like this. Or tell me what you liked and tell me what you didn't like and tell me what I'm missing, so that when we try and do this next year, again, you can see yourself in it, because we're going to try and make some improvements from there. Okay? If you've got a friend that wasn't able to come, that you want to take an extra bag or two, please feel free to. And again, thank you all very much for being here. We really appreciate it. Have a great day and be safe going home.